In today's sinful world where everyone commits sins, if you got the chance to send whoever you hate to hell, then would you do it? If your answer is yes, then for this you will have to shake hands with the devil. And where the devil is, there things are never that simple. The world's population is increasing very fast, and the people alive now have become more than the people died in the past time. And as the population increases, the number of people doing bad deeds also increases. And because of this, hell has become very crowded. The king of hell, Lucifer, asked his assistant, Bamar, "Did you understand what I want to say?" Bamar is a supreme devil whose job is to torture people in hell. Lucifer tells him that due to the overcrowding, I'm giving you a responsibility that you have to create a new hell, and you will be its king. Bamar calls all his juniors and says that Lucifer has given me the task of creating a new hell, and a demoness asked him, "Have you thought about what the new hell will be like?" Bamar tells her that we demons cannot think much, and he is also no different from the others. But there is a human in his sights whom he has been watching for quite some days, who is very skilled in this thing, and only he can help me. He has been disliked by society, and he plays a game in which he creates a new hell every day, and I have been watching him for a long time. There are pieces of food lying in his room, so that he doesn't have to go out of the room. He peed in bottles and filled them up and threw them right there. Curtains and windows haven't been opened for 3 months. There are cobwebs on the doors and windows, because for 3 months neither has he gone out nor has anyone come in. This boy is troubled by this kind of life, and because of this, he hasn't even gone to school for 3 months. To not come out of his room, the boy has his own reason, and he tells this so that no one judges him. He took this decision because everyone in this world has betrayed him. Just then, the sound of knocking on his door comes, and his father is standing outside, and he says, "Open the door quickly and come out." The first reason for locking himself in this room is his father. He stands outside and abuses him and says, "Open this door quickly," and tells that woman to bring a little drink. "My patience is running out." The second reason for locking himself in the room is this woman, his stepmother, who clings to his rich father's waist like a phantom and lives off his scraps and harasses him. That woman tells him to calm down. He's so angry with us because he thinks that we both are the cause of his mother's death. His father hugs her and says that it's not your fault. Rather, you help him so that he can live well. He behaves so badly, yet you support him. He says to fix the mood, let's go out to eat somewhere. And his wife asks him, do you have a specific place in mind? He says, I'm thinking that with the money I saved for Vikram's education, I should buy you a purse. And she says with a devilish smile, I liked a purse just yesterday, so let's go. His third reason is the one at his school. 3 boys come and punch him hard in the stomach, and he falls far away. One of the boys says, come on, stand up and get ready to fight. Come on, stand up quickly. And he comes crawling on his feet and says that I am finished in just 1 punch. I don't have the courage to fight. Vikram pleadingly goes to one of the boys, Rajat, and says that you are my childhood friend. You helped me. Why are you with all of them and beating me? We used to live so happily in childhood. What has happened to you now? One of the boys says to Rajat, oh, that's why you stay behind and don't hit him. Another boy among them says, if you are also with him, then you can join him. And just then, Rajat gets angry and kicks him in the face. Rajat goes again to Vikram and starts punching his face and says that I am not a loser like you. Don't drag me with you. Vikram, while getting beaten, says, why are you taking their side? You are my friend. And he says that I was never your friend. I am not a loser like you, nor do I want to stay with you. If I stay with you, I will become a loser like you. You are like a filthy, dirty dog who only deserves to be beaten. And with this, his glasses break, and all the other bullies tell him to keep hitting him if you don't want to be associated with him. If you aren't his friend, then keep hitting. And after a while, Vikram's face swells up, and he is lying on the ground crying. And while leaving, he grabs his collar and says that never say after today that I was your friend. Now we understand why he locked himself in the room. He used to sit in his room playing that game every day and creating a new map every day. The new map he had created, he tries to upload it and a notification comes that this is a very good map. He had made another Hell Survivor map, and this is the only world where he is not afraid of anyone and keeps himself calm. He thinks that as long as he keeps himself locked in the room, no one else can betray him. After doing this, he lies down in his bed and starts crying, because he knows, and deep down he is not happy with his life. After that, he thinks that his dad and his stepmom have gone to sleep, so he comes to his PC again and sees what people are saying about his map, and everyone was liking that map very much, but just then he gets a notification from a user that he makes very good maps and he wants to have a meeting with him. Vikram is surprised to see this. Who is this who wants to meet me? And his way of writing is a bit strange, as if he is a new user and he is using this game. And at this time, who stays awake? And how does he know where I live? And what kind of meeting does he want to have? Then in his room, a strange light appears. He is not scared, he just keeps watching what is happening, and in a few seconds, a fire breaks out there. And he thinks to himself that I haven't gone to school for 3 months, haven't gone out of this room. I'm depressed, so I'm seeing hallucinations. First, he sees Bomber's leg, and he comes out. Vikram thinks that I have really gone mad. I'm seeing ghosts. He introduces himself that I am a supreme devil, holds his hand and lifts him and says, I am not some small ghost, I am a supreme demon, and giving him a fist bump, puts him down, seeing which he gets even more scared. Bomber grabs him and says that if you don't calm down, then I will take out your brain and eat it right now. Hearing this, Vikram calms himself down a bit and opens a soda can. Bomber tells him that I have a business opportunity for you. He gives that soda can to him and asks, is it true that a user of this game is a demon? He says, not a demon, I am a supreme demon, and says yes. Vikram asks, what kind of business opportunity? He tells him that you are very skilled in making maps, and I will become the owner of the 20th hell if I build it well, and you are very skilled in this thing. And he takes the soda can and drinks it because he was interested in it. He pours soda into his strange mouth, and he likes it and keeps drinking it. And meanwhile, Vikram says, were you watching my maps? Bomber says that you are good at making these things anyway, but I found some of your things special, like there are many traps in it and you give some such hope to the players that they can escape from here, but those are also traps, due to which the player gets even more troubled, and there is no way to escape from this hell, and I want such a hell. And moreover, despite being so painful, it looks very good visually. Vikram tells him that I made it only because I wanted to take revenge on all those people who harassed me, and I made this hell thinking exactly that. He says that my deal is that Lucifer has given me a job, that he will make me the owner of the 20th hell if I build it well. Too many people are committing sins now, due to which hell is full and there is no place to keep people in it. So I want that just like you made hell in this map, make one in reality, and maybe make it even better than this. Vikram cannot believe that all this is happening to him, and he says that I never thought about this, that I would build a hell, and I don't want to build it either, because I don't want to have anything to do with devils, because this is immoral behavior. And he says that I am happy with the life I have. Bomber looks around and says, how can you be satisfied with such a lousy and low life? How do you live staying here? You don't meet anyone outside, you have no friends, no one loves you, and you are saying you are happy in this life? And he says that I hadn't finished my whole point yet. To see that the hell works properly, we will also have to do an experiment. And Vikram thinks, experiment? But what will we do in that? I don't even know what hell looks like. He says, if you build a hell from where no one can ever escape, then I will give you the key to hell, with which you can send whomever you want to hell if they have committed a sin. Bomber knew very well what had happened in his life and how much he hated all of them, and he took advantage of this very fact. And Vikram was ready to sign that contract. Just a while ago, Vikram, who was running away from the whole world, a weak person who was afraid of everyone and locked in his room, today he was ready to take revenge on everyone. If you were in his place, what would you do? Would you reject this offer? Vikram's eyes start shining because finally his time has come. The Supreme Demon was also very happy, and he was thinking that everything is going exactly as I planned. He tells him that you can create hell however you want, just it has 2 conditions. And Vikram asks him, what are these 2 conditions? He tells, the first condition is you have to name the hell, and that name will be the sin for which people will come to this hell. Vikram says, like hell of lies, betrayal, greed. Bomber tells him that you are very smart, exactly like that, and tells him that the hell of greed and lies already exists, so you have to think of something else. The second condition, the meaning of hell, is that whoever commits a sin rots and suffers in it for eternity. There should be no such path from where a human can get out. If any human gets out of there, then the punishment for this is that the king of that hell will die. Vikram interrupts and says, if I leave a hole from where a human can get out, then you will die?
Bomber says, exactly right, but I have no problem with this. If I die, there is no problem, but before that, I will crush your soul. Vikram thinks this monster is very creepy. He is talking about something weird. Electricity comes out of his computer
because it was struggling to handle so much load, and he sees on his screen how small demons are building that hell. And he says that as you build on this, my servants will keep building that hell, and a board is placed there. Construction is going on under Baymar's supervision, and Baymar was there, and among those small minions was a manager who was overseeing that all work is done properly. And as soon as Vikram created something on his computer, those small minions were happily building that hell. Doing this, 7 days, 14 hours, and 30 minutes have passed. While doing all this, Vikram is very happy because he had been doing this for a long time, and now he will also get a reward for doing this. He knew that inside Vikram there was a lot of hatred filled, and for this reason he worked continuously for so many days. Neither he slept, nor he ate anything, nor he stopped. He was just in this hope that when he gets the chance, he can take revenge on everyone, and he was very happy that I gave the job to the right person. After a while, Vikram says, the work is finished, job done. Baymar goes to him and says, you've done the work faster than my expectation, and asks him just one question, what will be the name of this hell? And he says, betrayal. This will be the hell of betrayal. Any human who has betrayed someone will come to this hell. And they both decided that they will now test it, and out of his room they go, and his stepmother was sitting there. He comes out and sees what is going on outside, and he sees that his stepmother, Julie, was now sitting on a sofa and watching something on her phone. And in his mind it is going on that there is no need to think much about this. The time for revenge has come. But Baymar tells him that there is a condition to send people to this hell. Humans have to commit the same sin that you have chosen as the name of the hell. And this will only work if they have committed this sin after the hell was created. If they committed this sin before the hell was created, the key won't activate, and you won't be able to send them to hell. I said at the start of the video that where the devil is, nothing is simple. He didn't tell this to Vikram before. Now will Vikram be able to take his revenge? And from whom will he take his revenge? Will he destroy himself on this path of revenge? To know this, next episode. That key was not responding because it had been only 1 hour since the hell was created, and in this meantime, his stepmother hadn't committed any sin. She tells him, why have you even come out of the room? You stink. Go take a bath and get out of here. You're exactly like your mother. She takes a photo of her purse kept on the table and sends it to someone. She doesn't even pay attention to him, doesn't even look at him. Vikram, seeing this, gets irritated that it is not working. And after that, we are shown in the past where his mother went and what happened to her due to which she became like this. His mother was from a poor family who was married to a boy from a rich family, and her mother-in-law always troubled her. But still, she always smiled so that she could keep her son happy. His father used to come home drunk every day, and there were fights in the house every day. And many times there were marks on his mother's face, too. Many times he used to cover his ears so that he wouldn't have to hear anything. And finally, his father threw his mother out of the house, not because she did anything, but because he liked dating younger girls. At that time, Vikram had an injury in his leg, and he comes there, and this same girl, who is his stepmother today, she is talking on the phone about how good her life is, and how many expensive gifts she gets, and how stupid her husband is. Vikram hears all these things, but she says, keep your mouth shut. If you tell anyone, then I will throw you out of the house like your mother too. Now we come back, and she again asks, why have you come out of your room? Vikram says, do you want to leave this house? I know that you want to. And she says, what does this mean? He says, I know you don't love my dad. You are here only for money. She laughs and says, what does a pauper like you have that I can take? Whatever I need, I will take it myself. I get everything here. I just need to say it once. He says, my dad has saved 1 crore for my education, and I can give that to you. And if you don't believe me, then I can show you too. With this money, you can live your whole life. She gets surprised. Does he really know where that money is kept? Vikram goes to the safe and he knew the password. Meanwhile, that woman is thinking that I only thought about expensive brand names and living in a good house, but now I will get 1 crore. I've hit the jackpot. And as soon as he opens the safe, there was a lot of money kept there. The money in that safe was a real treasure for that woman. Vikram takes out all that money and says, taking this money, you can go somewhere else and can get a good job there too. But that woman was very clever. She thinks, why is he giving me so much money all of a sudden? He should save this. After all, these are for his future. And the devil sitting there was watching everything and thinking that this woman is not as stupid as she looks. And he asks Vikram, what will you do now? And he thinks in his mind that I have to push her a little more. And thinking this, he starts crying and says that I just want my mother to come back.
For that, you will have to leave this house. That's why I am ready to do anything. Just you go away from here." That woman thinks how stupid he is. Is it that simple? If I leave from here, then his father will marry someone else. She takes out a big bag of hers and starts shifting all the money into it. And seeing this, Vikram gets happy that by doing all this, the key will activate and the conditions will be fulfilled. She's betraying her husband. She says, "I want more bank details and passwords and where the money is kept. Give me all the details. Only then I will leave from here." Vikram laughs and says, "You won't need all this in hell." She looks at him and says, "What? What do you mean?" He points the key towards her, which was now glowing red, meaning all conditions have been fulfilled. And he turns that key, and the door to hell appears there. And as soon as he opens it, very large tentacles grab that stepmother from there and take her away. And in just a few seconds, he sends a living human to hell. After reaching there, she screams, "Why? Where am I, and why have you done this?" The devil was watching all this on his tablet, as if it were a video game. He says to him, "Will you watch this?" He turns his face the other way and says, "I don't want to see anything." He says, "Are you feeling sad?" And on the other side, we are shown that he was hiding his face and laughing. He was enjoying doing all this very much. And he says, "Sad? What sadness?" He is feeling very happy doing all this. And finally, after 3 months, he wears his school uniform and gets ready to go to school. The devil says that not even 10 minutes have passed since you sent a human to hell and you started preparing for the second one. Vikram says that if I've got the knife, then why not cut all the vegetables at once? And anyway, hell is complete only when people inside it are screaming. What kind of hell is an empty hell? The devil says, "I know you are just making excuses. In reality, you want to take revenge on everyone. But still, you are right. Hell feels good only when people are screaming in it." After 3 months wearing his uniform, he says that now my training is complete. Now in school, I will get even more opportunities to send many people to hell. He goes to his school and sits in his class. All the students there were looking at him as if some celebrity has arrived there. They all talk amongst themselves, "Why has this loser come here? Because of him, we will also get into trouble." He hadn't come to school for 3 months, and the reason was that a gang of goons was harassing him. Now he has come here, those goons will come here again, and along with him, they will harass us too. And as soon as they say this, that gang of goons was coming from the corridor which was shown to us earlier, in which Vikram's best friend was also there. They all come into the class and see him and say, "Finally, we have someone to harass, someone to talk to." They go to him and say, "Vikram, you were coming to school today? You didn't tell us? After all, we're friends. You could have at least told us that you were coming to school today. We would have prepared a bit." The devil was standing beside him and says that you were very popular in school. But Vikram ignores everyone and starts getting ready for class. Just then, his childhood friend throws his books and says that after the last fight, there were scars on my face. Do you know how hard it was to get rid of them? And now you will have to pay the price for it. If you don't want us to punch you in the face in front of everyone, then come with us to the washroom. They all go to the washroom and surround Vikram. The biggest boy among them, like a bull, comes and punches him and says, "What happened? Has your tongue gone into your stomach? Why don't you speak all the time?" The devil was sitting right there and tells him, "Today I understood why humans say beat like a dog. Today, watching you, I realize what they were talking about." The leader in that group of goons says, "You have to fill the treasury. Last time we had a lot of trouble because of you." The devil was sitting there and tells him that amongst you all there is no relationship, so how will you force them to betray you? And Vikram thinks that he is right. "I don't know how I will do this, but now I have to be a little smart." In the past, too, when hunters used to hunt, they used to improvise and catch animals many times bigger than themselves, and I will have to do something similar now. To catch any animal, one has to put bait, and if you want to get any work done from humans, then the best bait is money. He puts his hand in his jacket, and everyone thinks he has brought a knife with him, but they all get surprised when he takes out money from his pocket. They thought he would say, "Take the money and don't hit me." And his childhood friend thinks, "You are a huge fool. Did your head hit the ground and your brain got messed up? We can take money from you even after beating you." After this, Vikram's eyes become exactly like a real devil, and he says, "I will tell you what I'm going to do with this money. You cannot snatch this money from me because that won't be fair." And seeing all this, Balmer was very happy, and he wanted to see how all this would end. He was enjoying all this very much. Vikram throws money on the ground and says, "I want to make one thing clear." But just then his friend says, "Shut up," and prepares to hit him. But one of those bullies stops him and says, "Brother, wait, listen. It's about money. First listen to what he wants to say." And seeing this, Vikram understood that they have fallen into my trap. Money, and it was a lot of money. He felt that if they do his work, then Vikram might have a lot more money, which he will give them. The boy who picked up the money goes to Vikram and asks like a friend, "Tell me what to do in exchange for this money." And he points his finger towards his childhood friend and says that I will give you even more money. I have a lot of money, but you have to beat him. Beat him as much as you used to beat me. Vikram's face had become such that even a real devil would get scared seeing him, and he screams in his mind that now the real game will begin. Now you will know what used to happen to me. He stands up from near Vikram, looks at the bundle of notes, says, "You are quite an interesting man." All three of them come together. He puts the money in his pocket and tells him, "Today it is confirmed that you were his childhood friend, and you were acting till now. Consider this karma. You betrayed your friend, so you must get punishment." They move forward to beat him, and pushing them all, he says, "Don't come near me." He was very scared. One of the boys says, "Yar, don't mind, but you also did wrong. It will definitely happen to you too." He tries to give clarification that I am not his friend. I cannot be this loser's friend. Why don't you understand? One of the bullies says, "What kind of friend are you, man? Can't you see we're trying to make some money?" And hearing this, he grabs Vikram's collar and says, "Why are you doing this? We were friends in childhood." He says, laughing, that today you will also know how I used to feel. He tries to hit him, but the other bullies grab him and move him away from Vikram and say, "We have already received the money, so now we have to complete the deal." And after that, they kick him in the face and start beating him hard. Vikram, watching all this, says that when they used to beat me, I felt it made a very loud noise. He watches all this for a while, and after that he gets bored. He doesn't understand why they used to do this to me every day, again and again. What fun did they get in doing all this? And after that, he takes out his key, which had started glowing now, meaning they had committed that sin. They had betrayed someone or the other. Bomber was very happy seeing all this. He was also surprised to see how cleverly he created a rift between those three so that they betray each other. Vikram stands up and points the key towards them and says, "You are garbage in the name of humans. You are a burden on this earth. Even insects of a dirty drain are better than you." And hearing all this, they didn't like it at all, and they think, "What nonsense is he talking? Really, your head hit the ground and your brain is messed up." Vikram says, "Keep doing what you were doing. You will have a lot of time, and that time will never end, but you will do all this in hell." And he activates the key, and in a single second, many tentacles come from there and catch them all and take them to hell. One of the boys who had picked up the money holds on to the door so that he doesn't go from there. He doesn't understand at all who Vikram is and what he has done. Vikram goes to him very comfortably, taking his time, and removes his fingers one by one. And just then he remembers how badly they used to treat him, take his food, sometimes steal it, sometimes throw it on him, beat him with shoes. He used to hide in his room so that he wouldn't have to go to school, wouldn't have to face all of them. But now the tables have turned. Now Vikram removes his last finger, and he goes into hell, where his real place is. Now only two boys are left there, one Vikram and his childhood friend. His friend was on the ground, pleading and crying, and Bomber sees that one boy is still left. Vikram slowly goes to him and says, "Don't you want to know how I did this?" He tells his friend, "Some time ago I found this key, and with this I can open the door to hell and send anyone there." He gets scared and says that, "You won't touch me, right? I'm your childhood friend, man. Forgive me." Vikram sees his childhood friend in him. They used to spend a lot of time together, and he thinks, how much time has changed. We used to play together in the playground whenever we got free time. We used to play all video games together. They both came to school together too, but don't know why he changed so much. Vikram says, "I had to do all this because I had to teach this lesson and send them to hell too." His friend tells him that I was also afraid of them. That's why I did it too. I didn't want to get beaten. For doing all this, sorry. Vikram says, "I can understand why you did all this. Now we will try to make our friendship like before again." He gets up from there and starts leaving, and his friend looks towards Vikram's pocket in which the key was, and from there a key falls. He runs and picks up that key, and he remembers what Vikram had told about this key, and he shouts loudly and says, "What do you think? With your useless talk you will change my mind? I don't believe you anyway." His friend looks at the key carefully, and this is a different key. This is not the key to hell's door. Vikram turns and says that this key is to my room, and now you are not my friend, so you cannot come to my house, and you are not at all worthy of living in this world. You don't want to improve at all. You did all this deliberately. He had taken out the key from his pocket, which was now glowing red. Bomber comes there and says that you are very clever. You save your tricks till the end. But Vikram tells him that this was not a trick. I really wanted him to improve, and we could restore our friendship like before.
Vikram, who left his home with a thought, he has completed it, and he tells Bomber that all those whom I just sent to hell were absolutely low lives. They were absolutely waste.
Fallen humans, but he didn't want to do this with his friend, and Bamar tells him that in hell no one is high or low, everyone is equal, everyone gets the same amount of pain and suffering. Bamar noticed that Vikram was becoming even more demonic, and puts his hand on his neck and says, "Hurry up, fill hell with a few more people, so that sounds of screaming and shouting come from there, only then will it look like hell." He sees in the mirror that his eye is still black. Bamar tells him that the more time I spend with you, I get to know about new things, that how much you are like me. Bamar tells him that I noticed something. When you were sending your stepmother to hell, you were filled with hatred, but when you sent your classmates there, it seemed as if you hate yourself. And cleaning his glasses, he says that I never get carried away by emotions. You felt so because when I was sending them to hell, I remembered how my life was. For so many years, I was troubled by these idiots and was bullied. I was angry at myself that why couldn't I fight them? Apart from this, I don't get carried away by emotions much. I always plan the future, that what I have to do next. He leaves his school and the devil follows him. He goes into his home and sits in the room, and Bamar was watching from the window that a human is coming up and tells him that he's just about to come. Bamar tells him that you don't have a relationship of trust with your father like with your classmates, and how will it be anyway? If you sit in your room for 3 months and don't talk to anyone, then neither can you trust anyone, nor will anyone trust you. And that money trick also won't work, because actually that money was earned by your father, so which trick are you going to use now? And he tells him that I won't use any trick. Bamar tells him that now our friendship is becoming strong. Vikram tells that his father has an insurance company and their job is to cheat everyone and keep their money with themselves. His father comes to his room and says, "Who are you talking to right now?" His father continues and says, "First you lock yourself in your room, keep playing video games. Have you really gone mad? You are really as stupid and weak as your mother." He takes out the key from his pocket, which was now glowing red, and he tells the devil, "I told you, right? I won't use any trick. My father is just like that. Betrayal is in his blood." And hearing this, his father says, "What did you say?" And he tries to slap him. Vikram activates that key, and lightning starts crackling there, and the door to hell appears there. And he was thinking in his mind, how can this human be so lousy? He always used to trouble his mother, cheat on her, talk to other girls, and all this he used to do in his office as well. He used to force everyone, harass them, cheat them, and this had become his nature. And Vikram shamelessly activates that key, and the same thing happens to him that happened to all previous humans. Some snakes come and take him to hell, and he says that this human's real place is in hell. Bamar was watching from his tablet that his hell was slowly filling up, and everything was going exactly as they had planned. Vikram looks at his family photo, and meanwhile the devil asks him, "What is your plan now? What are we going to do now?" He asks him, "Is there still anyone left from whom you have to take revenge? Or now you will send everyone in the world who commits sins to hell? Tell me what you are going to do now." Vikram tells him that for now my entire revenge is complete, and I am going to surrender. After that, he shows him his phone. He has dialed the emergency number. After that, we are shown that they have reached the police station and tell him everything about how his mom and dad have disappeared. And just then there comes a messenger who tells Bamar that Lucifer has called you right now. He says, "Finally, Lucifer got to know that hell is ready, that's why he must have called me. And anyway, I was getting bored here." He opens a portal and he goes near hell. In a room, Lucifer had seated all his servants, and everyone was waiting for when Bamar would come. The door opens and Bamar was there, and everyone sees that the great demon Bamar has arrived there. And seeing this, Lucifer says that for the 20th hell, the new hell that has been formed, all its 12 contenders have arrived here. Bamar looks at the whole table, and all the great demons are there who could be compared with him. Bamar thinks, why have we all been called here? After all, we never met like this before. Lucifer, extending his hand, says that Bamar sit down. Bamar had come there latest, so he says, "Will anyone tell me why everyone is gathered here?" Lucifer gets angry and says, "Don't talk too much nonsense. All your questions will be answered later. First, sit down." Bamar realizes that Lucifer is not in a mood for jokes, and it is better to sit down than to invite trouble on myself right now. Another higher demon, Gargamonga, says that we all haven't come here by our own will, we have been summoned, and tells him that we all are now contenders for the reserve hell, and we are all equal. And Bamar thinks, reserve hell? I never heard about this before. Bamar asks Lucifer, what does backup hell mean? And he tells everyone that a few days ago, I had called 12 higher demons here and told everyone that you build a hell of which you can become the king. But I never said that I will accept all the hells and make them official hell. One of the female demons among them says that now we are 12 out of 12 higher demons have their own hell, and Lucifer says exactly right. He tells them one more thing, that none of you 12 higher demons have created hell by yourselves. You have taken help from humans, whom you always considered insignificant creatures. Bamar thinks that these people are not as stupid as they look. All of them also took the help of a human so that they could create a good hell. The best hell created so far was by Dante, who was the first one to create hell. A one-eyed demon asks, "What do you mean? What do we have to do?" Lucifer says that I'm in favor of healthy competition, and whoever among you creates the best hell, his hell will become official, but the hells of all others will be destroyed. And hearing this, all 12 higher demons are shocked that the thing they worked so hard on can be destroyed. And if you remember, if a hell is destroyed, then along with it, its demon will also be destroyed. After all, Lucifer is not considered the devil for no reason, and I told you at the start of this video that where the devil is, things are not at all simple. Vikram was now at the police station, and he was in the interrogation room. To confuse the policeman, he went to the police himself and filed a missing report that his parents have disappeared. And with this, the parents of those 4 kids arrive at the police station, and they are screaming, "Why haven't our children been found yet? Where are the police looking? Are you even looking or not?" A detective comes to his interrogation room with handcuffs in his hands and asks him, "What have you done?" But he keeps looking down, thinking that they can't do anything to me. 6 people have disappeared in one city, that too from the same area of the city, and there's only one common link among them, Vikram. And he thinks that no matter what they do, even if I'm the common link between all of them, still they cannot prove that I have done anything like this. After all, how will they prove it? Will they get evidence that I opened the door to hell and they all went into hell? And after all, the law is not so strict that just on such a small link, they put someone in jail. Vikram was thinking that after some time I will be free from here, and the detective shouts at him a lot, screams, but gets nothing out of him. He goes out and tells his senior that I don't think this boy has done anything. He's a normal student, neither was there any weapon there, nor any body, nor any mark. I don't think he alone can take care of so many things. And he says either we should frame him in a false case and send him to jail or set him free. And after that, he tells his junior, I want to talk to him once, but without CCTV cameras. Turn them off. He goes inside and says it's a very bad thing that your parents have disappeared, and meanwhile you have to go through this investigation. But this is our compulsion. We have to do all this so that we can find out who did this. Vikram says that I haven't killed anyone. I have no fault in this. And he says, absolutely, I fully believe you that you haven't killed anyone. Rather, you have sent everyone to hell. And after that, he shows him a key to hell. And after this, by mistake, Vikram says that he's not the only builder who has created hell. And he says, no, I have been watching you for a very long time, and I know what you have done. He was so shocked by this that he forgot to stay in character and confessed in front of him that he has created hell and sent them all to hell. Now what will happen next? Will Vikram have to go to jail? And on the other side, the competition Lucifer talked about, what competition was he talking about? Remember, the point where the devil is, things are not that simple. Vikram was now trapped. A person had come there who knew what he had done and how he had done it. Then he thinks, why don't I send him to hell too and wipe out his existence? The challenge was how to force this detective to commit the sin of betrayal. Just then, a yellow-colored light appears there, which was very bright, and he thinks that maybe Bamar has come back. And exactly that happened. He had come back there. And the detective was not a simple human. If he had created hell, then he would also have a devil. And just then, Gargamonga arrives there, who was his devil. Gargamonga tells Bamar that we met again. Bamar says that this is a good thing that our humans have already met, and it will be better that the hostility between us will end. After all, now we are not strangers like before. Gargamonga says that just now this boy, he was talking about Vikram, thought of activating the hell key. And Bamar tells him that you don't need to worry right now, that game hasn't started yet. And hearing this, he says, what are you talking about? What game? After this, he asks, is it true that apart from me, there is some other human who has created hell? Bamar says that leaving you and this detective, there are many other demons who had chosen some people to create hell. And after some time, a deadly game will begin. And the most interesting part of this whole quest, this deadly game is about to begin. He asks him, is there really need for so many hells? And he says that this was Lucifer's idea. He's in favor of a healthy competition and wants us all to compete in this game, and the one who survives till the end, his hell will remain, the rest will be destroyed. Gargamunga tells the detective to leave this boy. If he doesn't go from here, then we won't be able to start this deadly game. And anyway, in his place, we can frame someone else here. And the detective tells him, I was going to let him go anyway. If he's guilty, then I have also committed the same crime. I also created hell.
Hell and sent people to hell in the same way. I was going to release him anyway. They both go from there, and while leaving, Vikram was very angry that now this detective knows what he has done. Gargamanga tells the detective not to worry and says, use Vikram like a hunting dog, and when his use is over, then dispose of him. And anyway, the name of his sin is such that most people commit, so there's no need to worry about him. The detective says that if I complete this thing and win till the end, then maybe I can create a society where everyone is equal and there is no crime. Vikram was still very angry because he didn't know that there are other hell-creating humans too, and he says that I could have gone to jail because of you. Bomber tells him, don't take out your anger on me, and anyway, by going to the police station, you yourself gave him a chance to catch you. And he shouts and says, I didn't know that there are so many hell creators there. Bomber loses his patience and grabs his face and lifts him up and says, human, remember your place. In 1 second, I can destroy your soul, and I won't even need to blink. I'm a supreme demon, not a school friend of yours whom you're shouting at. And apart from this, Bomber was also very angry because he never thought that after serving Lucifer for 500 years, he would give this chance to all other supreme demons besides him to create their own hell. And Lucifer was not even satisfied with this. He wanted a healthy competition, and he has started a deadly game. And he was very angry that even after serving for 500 years, I didn't get any benefit. And hearing this, Vikram gets worried, and his attention goes to the deadly game, and he says, it means only the one who lasts till the end will survive. Bomber calms himself down and says yes. Vikram also calms himself down and asks him, tell me in full detail what are its rules, and when I was inside the investigation, what happened outside? He says, okay, I will tell you everything, and says that believe in me, and thrusts both his fingers, which are just bones, into his eye. Vikram starts crying seeing all this, and his eyes hurt. He holds himself, and justifying his actions, Bomber says that better than hearing 1,000 times is to see it once. Bomber tells him, try to look carefully, and pushes the pain aside, and he sees Lucifer, who was sitting at a round table with all the higher demons and discussing. And he tells everyone that this will be a game of sending to hell. You don't know which sin all other demons and their humans have chosen, and you have to play the game to force the person in front to commit the sin and send him to hell. This game won't end until everyone who created hell has gone to hell, except for just one human, and whoever wins this, his hell will remain forever, proving that he used the most brains while creating hell, and his hell is the best. Another demon asks Lucifer, what are the rules apart from this that can be followed, or what they should not do? He tells him, apart from this, you cannot use any other power that you gave to your humans, but apart from this, you can use any method, even the filthiest method. And after hearing all this, Vikram comes back to his senses, and he understands why it is called a death game, because he has no option whether to play it or not. He will have to play. Even if he decides that he will just stay at home and do nothing, still someone or the other will come and put him in their hell. Bomber hears this and says, yes, but this doesn't apply only to you. All this will happen to me too. If you lose and you go to someone else's hell, then my hell will be destroyed, and with that, I will also be destroyed. But Vikram thinks to himself that I have no sympathy for this demon. If he dies, let him die. But he asks him a question. If it happens that I go to someone else's hell and my hell is destroyed, then what will happen to those whom I have sent there? Meaning his parents, the friends who harassed him, what will happen to them? And he says, they cannot get out of there, so they will disappear with that hell.
And hearing this, he says, if that is the case, then I won't give up. I want them to rot there all their lives as long as time runs. And hearing this, Bomber is surprised that he is not ready to do anything for himself, but to cause pain to others, he is ready to compete in everything, and thinks, after living with such a psychopath, I have realized one thing, that I can become the king of the new hell. This has increased my chances a lot. Bomber extends his hand and says, from today, we both are partners. We both will win this together. And another demon with a big eye was watching all this. Standing with that one-eyed demon was an 18-year-old hell builder named Rhea, and she was also watching all this. After that, Vikram makes a list and shows Bomber that these are all the rules, and he tells all the rules one by one. A human who sends all other hell builders to hell will win. Demons cannot use their powers, but they have some special abilities which they can use with their humans. They can use any method to send another human to hell, and until one last human remains, this game will continue. And Bomber reads all this and says, yes, absolutely right. You have written all this absolutely correctly. After this, Vikram asks, if you cannot use your powers, then how can you help humans?
And he tells that every demon has different abilities, like I have travel between dimensions. I can travel to hell and here in this world. In this world, too, I can teleport from one place to another. Hellfire, which comes out of my body. I can give orders to my small minions to do any work, and a special ability which every demon gets as soon as they're born. And hearing this, Vikram says that this is not just a guessing game. One more factor is added in this game, that which demon has what power, and asks him, what power do you have? And he says that I can sense on whom death is about to come. And just then we are shown in flashback Bamar telling when he was born, or when he was a dog, he used to find dead people and find out where death is, or on whom death is about to come, and used to take them to hell. Vikram tells him, tell me all the details, how your powers work. He told every detail, but just then the doorbell rings, and Vikram thinks that again some policeman has come. Then he goes to the intercom and sees that a strange girl is standing there whom he had never seen before, and she was looking directly into the camera. She was standing there with a lot of confidence. She pulls her mask down and says, I want to show you my face, and along with this, I want to show something else too. And after that, she unbuttons her shirt, and seeing this, Vikram gets shy and says, what is this girl doing? And he says, go away from here quickly, otherwise I will call the police. Just then, Bamar comes there and says that I feel something is wrong. I'm smelling death from here. This girl has come here to take your life, and we have to talk to her very carefully. And hearing this, Vikram is surprised that we both don't even know each other. Why has she come here and to kill me? I've been locked in a room for the last 3 months. I haven't done anything that she felt bad about. And thinking all this, Vikram realizes she is also a hell builder. And on the other side, we are shown that girl's key had started glowing. Her sin was peeping on people, and this had activated. And now she was thinking that only this much work is left, that I just have to open this door and go inside. And if he doesn't open the door, then for such things, I also have a hammer. I will just break it and go inside. And I just have to activate the key, and one contestant will be reduced from this game. She asks her demon, how did you like my plan? I had calculated everything beforehand, and your ability to see far with your eye is most amazing. You had found the target for me very quickly, and she had already started breaking the door with it. And Vikram, seeing all this, was thinking that she is starting to break this door right now, means her condition is met. But how? I haven't even done anything. And he thinks, what has she done so far? Just saw him through the intercom? And he understands that her sin is voyeurism, peeping on others, seeing other people without clothes. And he looks towards his key, and his key had not activated. She saw through the intercom, and now he is trapped. A very big trouble has come upon him. But Bamar looks at him that he is absolutely calm. This means he must have thought of some plan, and in such less time he cannot even force her to betray, because there is no relationship between the two. They didn't make any agreement, nor were they ever together, so he will have to make some other plan.
again. Bamar tells Vikram that the girl has activated the key, and she thinks that as soon as she comes inside, she will have activated the key. So I have to make her believe that as soon as she comes inside, I can do the same thing. And Vikram shouts and says, "You will come through the door and go straight to hell." But hearing this, she says that I don't believe you. First, you sat in a corner, and now trying to deceive. I have already activated my hell key, and now I just have to come inside and send you to hell. And after hitting the door with the hammer for some time, she breaks the lock and puts her hammer down and removes that lock. Now there is a hole in that door through which she can see inside. Now Rhea just had to look at Vikram and activate the key. She looks at Vikram through that hole. He was sitting there absolutely calm. Neither was he trying to run, nor was he pleading not to send him to hell. And seeing this, she gets a little surprised. Vikram was sitting on the other side of the door and looking at her with his head slightly down, and his eyes had become fully red like a devil. And he says to her, "Come inside quickly, I'm waiting for you." And seeing this, she gets scared and thinks, why is he not running? And after seeing all this, Vikram feels that she has fallen into my trap. He tells her, "My hell's name is Invasion. If you forcefully enter my house, then my key will activate, and I have seen you. You will go straight to hell." The girl stops there and thinks, if I cross this door, it is possible that I reduce one contestant, but it is also possible that I become that one contestant and I go to someone else's hell. Bamar was standing aside watching this, and he says there was no rule about lying. We can lie as much as we want. And Vikram thinks that this was the easiest trick to stop anyone from coming into the house. Invasion hell. Promise a fake hell and she will stop right there. That one-eyed devil had chosen this girl because she was very intelligent, but she thinks that there is a 90% chance that he is lying, but there is a 10% chance that as soon as I go inside, his invasion hell will activate, and I will go directly to hell. If I do this, that I take out my hand through the hole in the door and activate the key, even then this invasion hell will activate. Now there were two options.
In front of that girl, either go inside and take the risk that her hell activates and goes directly to hell, or she leaves from there. But Vikram has found out what her hell is about and what are its conditions to activate it. In the future, if she leaves from here, then it can be a big trouble for him. Vikram speaks from inside the door. You are thinking what you will do. If you leave from here, then it's not much of your loss, but if you try to come inside, then you will be killed. So he tells her that I have an offer by which neither you will have a loss nor I. Why don't we both form an alliance? The girl hadn't even thought about this, and she says that the rules of this game are absolutely clear. Only one human can survive in the end. There is no scope for partnership here. And hearing this, Vikram says, yes, I know. He tells her that sometime or the other we will have to betray each other. But first we can deal with the remaining 10, and in the end we will decide who will win and who will lose. And do you think that you can defeat all other 10 hell builders alone? You don't know about their sins, nor what are the conditions to activate their hell. And from this, Vikram has a huge benefit. As soon as they team up and that girl betrays him, even then he can send her to hell. She thinks that I can send many hell builders to hell like giving such surprises, but if I leave from here today without teaming up, then Vikram can spread the word everywhere and I can lose my advantage. And as this competition moves forward, it will be difficult to send everyone else to hell. And she asks her demon, what should I do in this condition? But her demon cannot speak, he's just a big eye. So in response, he just raises his hands. Vikram tells her his number and says that if you decide to form an alliance, then you can call me. So there will be no need to enter my house, nor will I be able to activate my hell. Vikram tells her that you have to leave from here as quickly as possible, because you've made a lot of noise here and in some time police will be coming here. Rhea notes Vikram's number and goes from there and thinks, will all other hell builders be like this too? This boy was not at all simple, and sending other hell builders to hell won't be a simple task. And as soon as she goes from there, he takes a sigh of relief and tells Bamar that, man, the competition had just started. I cannot believe that this was my first encounter and I was about to die. Bamar tells him that there is a devil who can find out where all other hell builders are, but I didn't think that you would become their first target. Bamar says that the other demon's power that he can find all other hell builders is very useful. And that night, Rhea messages Vikram and says that I am ready to form an alliance with you, but if you betrayed me, then I will die. And seeing this, Vikram gets very happy. Just with one message, he has gained a lot of benefit. If he pushes her and that girl betrays him, even then he can send her to hell. And that night, the detective also hadn't slept. He was sitting at his computer searching something or other. Just then his demon comes there and says, "So why aren't you resting? Are you looking for all other hell builders?" He was using his position of authority, all the resources he could have, whatever resources are there in the police, using all of them to see where most people are missing so that he can find out what the rest of the hell builders are and which sin they have chosen. Seeing the data of missing people, the detective says that this is not as simple as I thought. And just then his partner comes there and says, "Did you really take overtime?" And he brings some extra clothes for him so that he can work more, and tells him that the girl Vikram was interviewing was attacked by a schoolgirl with a sledgehammer at his home. And because of a lot of noise there, the neighbors had called the police. But Vikram has said that he doesn't suspect anyone, and he doesn't want to file any complaint. And hearing this, he gets happy because he feels that this is also a hell builder, and now he will use Vikram like a hunting dog. He will find all the hell builders, and in the end, that detective will win. He asks him the CCTV footage in which all this was shown. "Can you send it to me?" His partner tells him that I will send that to you in a while, but the detective tells his partner that I have one more job. Can you do that? He asks what, and he tells him that I need surveillance on Vikram for a week. Where he goes, whom he meets, what he talks about, I want all the details. And he tells him, yes, it will be done. Just then, we are shown in a high building, a young man telling an old man that I will kill you. And he says that I haven't committed any sin in my life. And on his side is his small demon, and he tells him, "You're wasting my oxygen breathing here, so sit quietly, otherwise I will kill you." And just then his demon comes there, who was asking Lucifer questions, and he says that you don't need to kill him. You can make a team and defeat everyone else. And threatening his own demon, he says, "If you don't want to become like this, stay quiet." And hearing this, he is surprised that he is speaking to me like this. But then, laughing, he says that you don't need to worry. After all, we are partners. After this, we are shown that Vikram was relaxing a lot, eating, drinking, and sleeping, and for 3 days he hadn't done anything. Bamar asks him, "You did such a good job 3 days ago, made an alliance with a hell builder, but now you are absolutely resting." And he tells him that as soon as the second half of the game starts, then there won't be time to rest, eat, or drink. You think, if an experienced hunter comes there and he comes after me, then will I have time to sleep, eat, rest? Absolutely not. And he tells him that that's why I'm resting right now, so that I don't have to worry in the second half. And there's definitely some fool who makes a mistake, and when he makes a mistake, then I will start my work. There are many humans who come to another's house with a hammer to kill him, but I'm not that stupid. I want to win the war, not the battle. And just then, he gets a call from Rhea, and she asks him, "What are you doing?" And he tells her that I haven't been doing anything for 3 days. And he explains all these things to her, too. But she tells him that not everyone is like us. Some people have started their work. And after that, she sends him a live stream where a boy was shouting loudly, telling that I have started a new game, a deadly game, in which everyone is after each other. But he was frustrated by the fact that if it is a deadly game, then we all should go towards each other, should attack, should lay traps. But till now, no one was doing anything. And he tells him and tells everyone that tonight at 12 o'clock, I will tell my address, my name, and my location in its comments. So whoever wants to kill me or wants to fight can come here. Hearing this, the girl says that we should meet and make a plan because this can be a very good chance for us to know all other hell builders, what their sins are, and who those people are. And after doing all this, they fix a meeting, which was in a cafe, so that Vikram cannot activate his invasion hell. Although that is a lie, but that girl thinks it's true. Next day, they go there where they had decided to meet. Vikram was sitting there from before, and Rhea comes there and thinks that this boy is very shy and clever too. He has specifically chosen such a place where there are many people and where I cannot activate my hell. They both sit and talk. Rhea asks him, "What have you thought about this boy who told his address on stream yesterday?" He says that there are many people who will get provoked seeing him and will go to him to attack him, and this will be a very good option for us to know everything. Who are the other hell builders? How is their personality? And he didn't want to show that he is very confident, so he tells that I will have to go because my hell is not that powerful. If I keep changing my location, I won't be able to activate my invasion hell. That's why I will have to gather all the information. While they were talking about all this, Vikram sees another visitor, who was the detective. The detective had come there. The detective comes to them, and he was in a very good mood today, and tells them, "Why have you both come to meet here so early in the morning and then sitting here arguing?" He takes a chair and sits at their table and says, "Can I try your cocktail?" And for a while, they both panic, and he tells both of them, "Don't even think about activating your key." But Vikram's hand was on his key, but it did not activate. And the detective tells him, "Don't move from here." And he shows him his key, which is already activated. And seeing this, both of them are surprised that we haven't done anything yet. What kind of sin can be there that we sat here and it got activated? Could it be that the alliance Vikram made is going to break after a few seconds? The cafe where Vikram and Rhea had gone to meet, now the detective has arrived there, and he shows him his key that it is already activated. "If you move from here, I will send you straight to hell." On the other side, we are shown this streamer who had said that I will publish my address at 12 o'clock tonight. He is busy on his phone and is not getting distracted by watching anything. Just then, a strange creature comes from behind him with a sack hanging on his face, and then he gets happy and starts moving here and there on his chair and says, "Finally, I have made all preparations. Tonight will be amazing. Your powers are a hack that no one knows. I have installed security cameras everywhere in my house and prepared many other things." On the other hand, the detective was telling Vikram and Rhea what we will do next. But in Vikram's mind, only this was running, that when did he commit that sin that the detective's key got activated, and what are its conditions? He was thinking all this, that last time when I was in the investigation room, then this key was not glowing, meaning it wasn't activated then, and I do everything very carefully so that I don't commit a sin. So this key has not activated because of me, but because of Rhea. But seeing Rhea's face, she was also thinking the same thing, that, man, when did I commit a sin? And seeing this, he understands that something is wrong. Ignoring the detective's talk, he stands up and says to Rhea, "Come, let's go from here." Seeing this, the detective gets angry and says, "If you take one step forward, I will send you straight to hell." And as soon as he says this, Vikram's face becomes red and he starts looking like a devil. And he says that you are lying. You have brought some person here who had committed your sin, and that's why your key got activated. He thinks that when he came here, he had said without looking at his key that my key has activated, and he can be so confident only because he brought someone else here. And after hearing all this, the whole puzzle was about to be solved when they committed the sin, whether they had committed the sin or not. Just then, Vikram goes to a person sitting in the cafe
and says, "You have come here because of the detective, right? He blackmailed you." And just then Rhea stands up and says in anger that you were lying. That key did not activate seeing us. You are a very big fraud. That other boy gets up and goes to the detective and whispers in his ear that whatever you said, I have done all things. Can I go from here now? He goes from there, and after that, the detective says, "I didn't think you'd be so smart, but you are quite smart." Hearing all this, the detective says, "I didn't give you a chance in the investigation room to prove yourself, so this was a test for both of you that how intelligent you are. Because after all, I cannot make a team with fools." Vikram, removing his hand, says, "First, you threatened us that you will send us to hell, and when that didn't work, you're acting nice?" The detective asks both of them to sit. With this, he says, "I have another offer for you." Rhea tells Vikram, "We had to leave from here, right? Why are we talking to him?" She doesn't understand why Vikram is talking to him even after so much has happened, but in reality, this thing was quite simple, because along with being a hell builder, he is also a detective. He can detain many people, arrest them, ask them. He can also extract secret data that the government has, and we can benefit a lot from this. We both have only one card, meaning Hell card, but the detective has two cards, Hell card and second detective card. Vikram thinks to himself, if such a person is offering us an alliance, then listening to him is worth it. And that detective says, if you tell us what your sin is, then maybe we can form a team. Rio is also thinking, as the game progresses, many people will have different advantages, so we should listen to him once. Hearing Vikram, he says, I cannot tell you my sin because it is a bit complicated. And hearing this, Rhea says, people who cannot trust each other, how can they make a team? The detective says, in exchange for this, I can give you another valuable thing.
The number of people you have sent to hell is very low, maybe 10 or even less, but I have sent 117 people to hell till now, and I have a lot of information about the Hell Gate. He had a notebook in which all this information was written, from how far you can activate the key, how many people you can send to hell at once, in which condition the key doesn't work, in which condition the key works, and I am ready to give all this data to you just today in this raid. You have to partner with me. Both of them take this diary and leave from here, and finally the detective has made a team with these two. Just then, Manga comes there and asks the detective, "You worked so hard to get all this information, so didn't you give all information a bit too easily to make an alliance? And anyway, you worked very hard to make this team. Will so much hard work be worth it?" And he tells him that the diary I gave them has a lot of valuable information, but there are minor changes in it. Like if 4 people can be sent at once, then I wrote in it that 5 people can be sent there, which will give me a lot of effect and advantage in the future. After leaving from there, they both go to a park where they were killing time to see when that streamer will make his address public. And after this, Vikram asks Rhea a question, and she says, "Yes, I will answer." After that, Vikram asks, "Can you also use your tracking ability, which is your demon's ability? If we can use it now, then we can find that streamer beforehand and can camp near him and notice whoever comes there to catch him." And he tells her that I have absolutely no idea about your powers. And hearing this, Rhea starts drawing something on the ground with a stick and tells him that my powers work like this. Whoever is the hell builder nearest to me, I can see him. And this restarts again every 12 hours, meaning every 12 hours I can see a new person who will be nearest to me. Hearing this, Vikram thinks that she cannot use her powers now because I am nearest to her, so using it now will be equal to wasting it. And she knew that I haven't gone out of the house because she was keeping an eye on me, and there are very high chances of this that she was going to different places looking for more hell builders, and perhaps Rhea hasn't made contact with anyone else, because after fighting with Vikram she has become very careful. Vikram asks her, "How many more hell builders do you know about?" Rhea didn't want to tell him this because this was the only advantage she had, and she didn't want to lose her advantage. But then she remembers when the detective was troubling them, then Vikram had supported her and told her that we are leaving from here. She wouldn't have been able to do anything alone there, and she wanted to return the favor. So after thinking for a while, she tells that I have seen 2 hell builders till now. One who was coming from the airport, meaning he's some foreigner, and the second person was sitting in a board meeting of a very big company. But unfortunately, neither of them looked in the mirror, so she doesn't know how they look. She hadn't told this to Vikram before, because she had no reason to trust him completely, but she never thought that she would break this alliance. To win her trust, Vikram tells her what Bomber's ability is. He tells him about all the powers that he can sense who is going to die. If we use this power properly, then we can find out the future, and Bomber tells him whenever there is a death flag on him. And hearing this, Rhea says this increases our possibility of winning.
Very much, and with this ability, we can do many things. There were 3 hours left for the address to be published, and Vikram says that we should go home and rest for a while, and we will meet at the decided place before the raid. After this, he says that I will send you the picture of the detective's notebook, so that you remember all those things before the raid. While saying bye to her, Vikram says one more thing, that you wouldn't want to give an easy death to the people you have sent to hell, so work hard. And she remembers who all she has sent to hell. A boy who was with her turns on the video, and she asks him, "Why are you making a video?" And he says, "Just for collection." But the next day when she goes to school, everyone was laughing at her that they enjoyed watching that video very much. And after getting the key, that boy is begging her to leave him and not kill him. But she says that the whole video has gone on the internet, and you did very wrong with me. And she sends him to hell, and she wants him to rot in it till the end of time. That's why she tells him that I will work hard. Vikram goes to his home, and where Bamar complains to him, "Can I come out?" Vikram looks at him and says, "Stop complaining. If you keep roaming around with me, then everyone will see that you are here, and they will know that I'm a hell builder. So right now you can stay only at one place, in this house where no one can see you." Then Bamar tells him, "You are always very careful, but today you told that girl what my powers are." And answering him, he says, "That thing doesn't matter. I have lied about the most important thing, which is the condition to activate my hell, my sin." With this, Vikram tells him that I need her because in today's raid, it is possible that someone else has also formed an alliance, and I cannot fight alone against 3-4 people. And his saying this was absolutely correct. At another place, an alliance had been formed in which there were 3 more people, one of whom was that businessman. But the alliance here was completely different. Where Detective, Vikram, and Ria were absolute equals, here it was not like that. Here, that businessman had kept the other 2 like dogs. He sees that the streamer has made his address public and asks that fat boy, "Do you have a driving license? And do you know how to drive a car?" He says yes, and he throws the key towards him saying, "Let's go," and tells that girl, "First you will go inside and warm up a little." And she shouts and says angrily, "Why should I go there? Why should I become the scapegoat?" After this, that businessman takes out his key and says, "Because your life is in my hands. If you want to live for one more day, then you will have to do exactly as I say." That boy asks that businessman, "Will you really let us go when we finish all this?" He says, "We will talk about this when you become sensible. Right now, there is no time to talk about this. Let's go." On the other side, Detective, Vikram, and Ria had met at a place, and these 3 were also going towards that streamer's house. Now we know that a total of 7 people are participating in this game. Will more people also come there? What will be the loss for Vikram in this thing? What will be the benefit? And who will die and who will live? To know this, subscribe. Like, the streamer gave his address challenging everyone to come here and put me in your hell. On one side, the businessman and his other 2 partners have also left from there. And on this side, Detective, Vikram, and Ria also met at a place. After that, the detective asks him, "Did you read the notes I gave you?" Hearing this, Vikram tells him, "I have read all the notes. You can send 5 humans to hell at once, and after opening the door of hell once, there is a delay of 1 minute. Till that 1 minute, you cannot open that door again. It can pull a human up to 10 meters away from its hell gate. If he is further than 10 meters, we won't be able to send him to hell." Hearing this, Ria asks him, "Aren't you forgetting something?" He says, "Even if a human has committed a sin, but we are not able to recognize him, then we cannot send him to hell." The key responds only when 2 conditions are met. First, he has committed a sin, and second, we know that he has committed a sin. Hearing this, the detective says, "You are very intelligent. You have memorized all things in your mind." And after this, he says, "Let's go. Now let's move towards our target." After this, the detective tells them, "First of all, we have to visually confirm all other hell builders, how they look and who they are. After that, we have to see clues what their sins are by which their key activates. And don't get stuck on this thing that we have to reduce hell builders. The most important thing is to survive. After all, everyone else fighting each other and sending to hell is good for us. We don't need to risk our lives." And hearing this, Ria gets confused and says, "But our job is this, right? This is the competition, that we have to send all other hell builders to our hell." And hearing this, the detective says that by sending other creators to hell, we won't get any additional benefit. So it is good that let everyone else fight, let them clash among themselves. They will send each other to hell, and whatever few are left at last, then we will use our powers. After this, the detective gives 2 walkie-talkies to both of them and says, "This is a gift for both of you from me. If you find any unusual activity or you feel that it can be a hell builder, then inform me." On the other side, the businessman and his team had also reached there, and seeing that, Fat Boy says, "Is it necessary that we go inside there and take a risk? Why don't we wait for everyone else? They will fight each other and send each other to hell." And that girl says,
"Yes, absolutely. Why should we take risk unnecessarily?" And hearing this, that businessman says, "I have already sent a hell builder to my hell, and I saw from my iPad what was happening with him. And when I sent him to hell, then I got to know that whenever we send a hell builder to hell, then you get an additional power." And hearing this, both of them get surprised and say, "If that is the case, then we have to go inside and remove him, because only when we have extra powers can we escape from the clutches of this businessman. Otherwise, what kind of life is this, that being a hell builder still have to be a slave to someone else?" And seeing the expressions of both of them changing, that businessman was very happy that these 2 are such fools. "My team is filled with 2 fools whom I can manipulate however I want. If there was any such thing, then their devils would have told them already." Both of their lives were still in that businessman's hands, but he didn't want to kill them himself, Nor did he want to send them to hell. He just made them scapegoats and sent them ahead, extracted information from them what the next person's hell is, what his sin is, and then made him his dog. And he changes his strategy that every time he will make a new human his dog, his slave, and then through him will find the next human, find his weaknesses, and then make him his slave. And continuing like this until he sends the last human to his hell. He will keep doing this. That businessman gives him a small camera and says, "Whenever you go, take this with you, so that I can see everything and know what his hell is, what his weaknesses are, what his name is, how his face is." On the other side, the streamer was sitting in his room observing all cameras, whether anyone is coming. And just then a girl comes behind him who was just sitting in that businessman's car and standing there tells him, "What did you think? I will come and knock on the door?" And tells him that with the help of a fire rope I came here from the upper apartment. That girl looks at her key and it was glowing, and just then her devil appears there and says, "This girl has committed a sin, so you can activate it." And she thinks in her mind that after sending him to hell, I will get an extra ability with which I will be able to get free from that businessman's clutches, and she's very happy. But as soon as she activates the key, many legs of a spider try to take the streamer to her hell, and after 1 or 2 seconds, she sees her key is not glowing. And seeing this, that girl gets surprised. Why just now this key was activated, and I had also opened the door to hell, so what happened? And just then she looks towards that streamer, and that was not the streamer, but his devil, who takes off his face mask and tells her, "You have seen the wrong person." The streamer was hiding in his cupboard and activates his key from there, because his hell was invasion hell. If you invade his house, invasion hell will activate. For this reason he had given his address to everyone, that everyone comes to his house, attack him. And this is the same hell Vikram had lied and told Rhea. So will his lie be caught? Just then that streamer's hell activates, and a rope comes around that girl's neck and takes her to his hell. The girl who was gone to hell just now, her hell's name was Vanity Hell. Vanity means being proud of one's looks, being arrogant about it. This girl is in a dance institute, and after practicing, she watches her video and is very proud of it that I dance very well. But she thinks, how long will I remain an intern here, because it has been many years and nothing is happening yet. Another girl who was an intern with her achieves something. How, we will be told further. A boy comes there, seeing whom all girls run to him, and he says that she has cracked a deal with our company, and from now on she will lead in our show. And hearing this, that girl gets very angry, because she was also an intern. I'm also an intern, but why is she getting the chance first? And that boy says, "Why can't you congratulate her? Seeing others' success, why do we have to have a showdown? She has worked hard and she is getting a chance, so you go from here. Your job is just to pull others down." And hearing this, she gets very sad and cries for many days, and she feels that dishonesty has happened with her. And when she was crying on the stairs, that girl comes to her who was selected and says, "You were on internship for 7 years and nothing has happened for you yet. Maybe you don't have that talent, and now you have aged. At this age, no one will even agree to consider you an idol, so you do something else." And that girl was very arrogant about her looks, and crying for many days, she thinks that those who have luck or those who have intimate relations with seniors move ahead, or those who are beautiful believe that this is their talent, whereas they just got that beauty as a gift. They have no hard work in it, whereas she worked so hard and nothing was happening for her. And meanwhile, a devil comes in front of her and tells her everything that Bamar and all other devils had told their respective humans, and she gets very happy because now she could take revenge on everyone. She sends many people to hell, and somehow she goes to that businessman and tries on him to activate her hell, but her key does not activate, and she gets surprised that he is the owner of such a big company. He is elite.
It is impossible that he doesn't believe in vanity, and he laughs and tells her this is for those weak people who don't believe in themselves, who have no talent, and I am not among those lousy, disgusting, and lowly humans. After staying with that businessman, she felt that maybe she could win this competition, but now she has gone to hell, and because of this, her devil will also have to die. Seeing her from there, the streamer says, "Earlier, I thought this is just a theory that the devil with us will also die, but this is true. The devil with the streamer, his powers were taken as a joke, and everyone thought his power is very useless. He just mimicked and made everyone laugh, but he never thought that his powers could be used like this, too." And he praises the streamer that your brain is very sharp, that you thought about this.
On the other side, where Vikram was standing, he sees a light and hears someone screaming, seeing which he understands that someone or the other has gone to hell. Vikram asks everyone with the help of walkie-talkie, "Did you see that? A light came from that building." Ria was standing on top of the building there, and she says, "Yes, I saw that light, and maybe one hell builder among us has been reduced." After this, Vikram says, according to the detective's notes, now for 1 minute she or he cannot open the hell door again. And he thinks to himself, can I go inside in this time and quickly send him to my hell and run back from there? But that can be risky, so I have to think very carefully what to do. And Vikram tells all this to the detective also, and the detective had already said that if you find any valuable information, do tell me, and tells him too that a sound came from there and light came. And the detective tells him, in 1 minute you cannot go there and do anything. Chances of this are 0 that you go there in 1 minute and do anything and come back safe from there. The detective starts leaving from there, and Vikram starts thinking, what will this detective do by going there? Whoever opened the hell door just now won't be able to defeat the detective so easily, because if even one police disappears, then all other police will come there and take him to jail. Vikram asks him, when you're going into the house, then what should we do here? And he tells him, don't let any other hell builder come here. After this, the detective starts leaving from there and says, I will go to his apartment and handle everything. And seeing all this, Vikram thinks the detective is very clever-minded, and he can take decisions even in very difficult situations in very less time. Earlier, Vikram used to underestimate this detective a lot, but now he's understanding how smart he is. Vikram earlier thought this whole fight and today's whole raid will be very defensive. We wait for someone to go into that building, and when we get a chance, then we will attack them. And Vikram wanted to send many hell builders to hell as soon as possible. And on the other side, that businessman sees that one more hell builder has reduced, and that hell builder was from the same team, but he doesn't feel sad about this at all, because as long as he got to know about the streamer's hell, then this sacrifice was very good for him. And now he decides that whatever information he needed to attack, he has got it, and now he will play his next move. Meanwhile, the streamer sees from his camera that a stranger, who was the detective, come to the ground floor of his building. Seeing him, he thinks, is he not a resident of my building? So it is possible he's another hell builder. He makes his devil change form and sit on his seat and goes and hides in the cupboard. He tells him the door is open. As soon as he comes inside, my hell key will activate and I will send him to hell. But he gets a surprise. There's a knock on the door, but a voice comes from that side that he is a police detective, and a complaint was made against him that a very loud screaming sound was coming from here and very bright light was coming. Hearing this, the streamer thinks, if I send him to my hell too, then will I have any loss? And in his mind comes, if I send a policeman, then all other policemen will come here and arrest me. And apart from this, if I answer the policeman, then maybe many other hell builders gather outside and wait for the police to leave. The streamer goes near the intercom and asks him what complaint has he received. The detective shows his ID and says, nothing special, just a complaint came from a neighboring building that a woman's screaming sound was coming from here and would like to talk to him and would like to ask 1 or 2 questions. And on the other side, Vikram remembers the detective's words. If anyone, specifically any other hell builder, tries to come here, then Vikram will have to stop him. And he had absolutely no idea how he would do that. Until the detective catches that streamer or completes his work, till then he cannot give permission to any other person to go inside. And after this he asks Ria on the walkie-talkie, where are you right now? Ria tells him, standing on top of the building, and just a while ago I saw the detective going inside. Vikram tells her the detective will handle that streamer, but till then we have to stop any other hell builder from going inside. And hearing this, Ria says, how can I help you in this? Vikram asks her, you haven't used your tracking ability today, right? She says, I was with you all day, so there's no point in
using my powers. And Vikram says you can use your powers now. But hearing this, she says there will be no benefit from it. I will see exactly what you are seeing now, and that thing has no benefit for us. But Vikram tells her, I have a theory that leaving the person nearby, you find hell creators, by which you will be able to change your target too. And hearing this, Rhea feels this won't work, because before today it never happened that many creators were coming to one place. And if one creator is at one place, then maybe the second creator is 10 or 20 kilometers away. But now all those creators can be at a distance of 1 or 2 meters too, so maybe this works. And thinking this, Rhea uses those powers. And with this, Vikram says there is such a building where becoming a delivery boy and entering hiding the key is not a difficult thing. And any hell creator who comes here will come here secretly only. So if your powers work like this, then we can identify him very quickly and find out who is a hell builder and who is a normal human. And if we get to know who is a hell builder, then I can go behind him and trick him to listen to us. Otherwise, I will open the hell bait. Rhea, hearing all this, activates her powers and sees. First, she sees exactly what Vikram was seeing, and she was just about to say that your theory was wrong, but just then her target changes, and she starts seeing something else. And she tells Vikram your theory was absolutely correct, and tells him the man who was coming near the building was a hell builder. Vikram looks, and he sees 2 men there, one businessman, and second, that fat man. Vikram says, "Did you check the second man? Is he also a hell builder?" Rhea says the target was changing again and again, so it is possible both of them are hell builders. And hearing this, Vikram gets very worried because it is difficult to handle one human. Handling 2 people's hell will be very difficult, and maybe it is impossible too. Somehow he can send one human to his hell, but after that, for 1 minute, he cannot send another human, during which it is possible that I fulfill the condition to activate the other human's hell. Vikram calms himself down and starts walking towards his building. And both businessman and fat man, seeing him, think, is he a normal resident or is he also a hell builder? And the businessman tells that fat man, if he is a hell builder, he will go to the streamer's room. But if he is a normal resident, then he won't go there, and we should leave him alone, because our life is already very complicated, and there is no benefit in complicating this thing more. And seeing such a tense situation, Vikram thinks, should I run away from here? That detective will be with that streamer, and these 2 will go inside. Whatever happens, I can take advantage of that thing. I will go with Rhea, and anyway, till the last, only 2 people can go. But another thought comes to his mind that I used to run away regarding criminals and bullies earlier, and I had finally decided that I will fight them and send them to hell, so now I cannot become a coward. Vikram tells both of them, you both cannot go into the building. You both will have to stay right here. And after this, Vikram knew that he has to think something quickly before his enemies can find out if he is a hell builder or a normal human or what he is doing here. He has to stop their thought process right there and reduce their suspicion completely. And the businessman thinks to himself, maybe he is that streamer's partner, but then he dismisses that thought because streamer's hell is invasion hell, so this thing makes no sense that he keeps someone else outside his building and says you cannot go inside. Then after that, he thinks this can be another hell builder who is in some other team, but then he dismisses that thought too, because if there is any other group, they will let us go inside and fight with that streamer, and when he gets a chance, then he will stab us in the back. So there is no sense in stopping us here. After this, Vikram tells all of them this whole building is in police control. We had received a complaint from here. A woman was screaming. And hearing this, the picture becomes clear to that businessman also, that his partner had screamed so loudly, and due to her loud screaming sound, neighbors called the police, and whichever dispatched police officer was around that area came here. And just then, Vikram's brain starts working, but there are still some problems about which they can ask questions. Vikram was very thin, his skin was absolutely pale, and he was not looking like a police detective from any angle. Before the other 2 humans could ask some questions or suspect him or bring anything to their mind, he says to the detective on walkie-talkie that controlling this building has become very difficult because residents are insisting on coming inside. And hearing this, that detective gets to know that there is a very difficult and critical situation there, because Vikram has walkie-talkied and told him himself. And he says, I'm just wrapping up the investigation and questioning, because this was not a big incident, just the one whose complaint we received was watching scary movies on very loud noise, and says, I'm just coming down the stairs. And from this experience, Vikram understands when you are in any critical situation, then change the topic itself. Don't even give your enemy time to think and understand. And Vikram, with a smile, says, if you want to know anything about the whole incident, what has happened here, then you can know from my partner who is just about to come here.
For that, you just have to wait a little more. And after some time, the detective comes there and tells both of them sorry for making you all wait, but this was a normal call and nothing big has happened here. He was just watching horror movies on very loud noise, and I have warned him to keep the volume low. And seeing this, the businessman thinks a detective coming here was not in my plan, and now whatever we have to do very thoughtfully. And that detective says noise has become too much in today's society, and thanks him for his service. And when they all separate, Vikram takes a sigh of relief, and the detective asks him, how did you know he was a hell builder? And he tells him, we used Ria's powers, and we used it in a new way by which we can find out who else are hell builders around us. And he tells him not just one, both of them were hell builders. After that, Vikram asks him, what happened with that streamer? Did you defeat him? What happened there? And he tells him, I had very less time, so this mission failed, but we have got this information who are the other hell builders. We got to know about 3 hell builders in one day, and he puts all those hell builders in a list and tells him we have found out about 7 hell builders out of 12, and at this point we can consider this mission a success. And Vikram also says yes to this, that getting so much information in one day is a very difficult thing. After this, they all decide that they will go to some restaurant and eat food, and in this way today's fight ends, and Vikram says this deadly game has now begun. And in this deadly game, Vikram's team considered information better than attack. So taking information, they went to their homes today, and before that they all ate food together sitting at tables, and the devils of all 3 were sitting quietly around them. After Vikram and his team left from there, that businessman goes near that streamer's apartment and tells him, I have an offer for you. And that streamer asks him, what offer do you have? And tells him, my offer is you become my dog and roam around and kill all other hell builders for me. And hearing this, he gets very surprised. How can someone even think that I will be your slave and kill other hell builders, that too for you? And that businessman tells him, the girl you sent to hell a while ago worked for me, and I know your hell is invasion hell. Until I come inside this room, you can do nothing, and I can put my security guards here for 24 hours, so you will have to leave this house sometime or the other, and when you come out, I will definitely catch you and send you to my hell. How long will you be able to stay in your home? Sometime or the other, you will have to go out. How long will you keep ordering food at home? And he tells him, your house will now become a jail for you, and sometime or the other, you will have to give up. But that streamer thinks, I won't give up so soon, shows him the finger, and tells him, I will never become your dog. That businessman goes from there saying, sometime or the other, you will definitely come out. 1 month, 2 months, sometime or the other, your courage will break, and when you come out, you will surrender for me and work for me. After that, the streamer explains to his devil, we won't give up, we will do something or the other. Time is undoubtedly not on our side, and defeating him will be very difficult, but still we will do something or the other. And it can also happen that while we wait, maybe someone else sends him to their hell. He was very optimistic and was thinking that he will escape from this thing, but his life started becoming hell very soon. Whatever food he ordered used to come mixed with garbage, and whenever he complained to police, police ignored the call, because after being called more than 3 times, they all were considering him a prankster, that he is making prank calls, and used to tell him, if someone is following you, then the best thing would be you go to the hospital. And a few weeks after that, the water he was drinking also started coming from the drain, and he was slowly going mad, because neither did he have anything to eat, because whatever food was in his house was all finished, his money was finished, and garbage was coming in the food he was ordering. And just then, a card comes from under his door, on which it was written, if you want to surrender, you can call on this number. And finally, that streamer gives up and prepares to surrender. After that, he calls on that number, and at that time, that businessman was in a meeting. His secretary comes to him and says, a visitor has come to you. And he says, bring him inside. And when he comes inside, Streamer's condition has become very bad. And seeing him, he says, you took more time than I thought to surrender. And on the other side, we are shown in a basement-like place. A man is screaming, let me go, forgive me. And in front of him is a masked bodybuilder, a very muscular man, in whose hand is a weapon. And it seemed like he was torturing him and telling him again and again, you have 2 choices. You will have to choose one or the other. And hearing this, that man says, I don't want to do anything out of these 2. I just want to go home. That man repeats again, either you can die by my hands or you can go to hell. He takes out his hell key and shows him how people are screaming in pain in hell, and tells him you have to choose quickly. Either you will die by my hands or go to hell. And he repeats again, I don't want anything out of the two. I just want to go home and I don't deserve this. And his key starts glowing and he says, if you don't choose, then someone else will finalize the choice for you. And he twists his key and a strange animal takes him to hell. And seeing this, he goes to his demon and says, this is very fun. Why didn't you come into my life before? And he was very happy, but his demon tells him if you don't start finding more hell builders, then very soon they will come to you and try to destroy you, and tells him, yes, I know I have to kill hell builders, but before that I had to finish my business too. Now I can finally start catching hell builders because now the season to hunt humans is over. Now the season to hunt hell builders has started. It has been many days since this deadly game started, and Lucifer was enjoying watching all updates very much. On the other side, we are shown Vikram has changed his lifestyle completely. Now he eats healthy food, and to tone himself a little, started doing exercise too, so that he can handle the coming stress very well. To keep himself fit, now he started running, and on one such day while running, he goes to the detective, who gives him information about those two people whom they found near Streamer's house. He tells him one of them is board of director of a very big company, and despite being from a very normal family, at the age of 31, he took over the whole company, and there was only this much information about him. And seeing this, Vikram gets to know that this is a very dangerous human. He assesses the situation at once and finds out what is going on there. He can read any human like an open book, and the most dangerous thing is he was cold-blooded. It doesn't matter to him who will live, who will die. He only cares about his goal, and he would want to send this hell creator from this world very soon. But it can also happen that other creators are also after him because he is a very strong contender, and now Deadly Game has become even more dangerous. Now he will have to be very careful before taking any step. After this, the detective says this human has status, power, money, and this will be a big trouble for us. And apart from this, the second human, I have information about him too. He's an architect, and he likes preparing miniature versions of the whole city, assembling it, making it very much. And hearing this, Vikram says that businessman must have intimidated him, troubled him, bullied him, and kept him in his team for his work. And hearing this, the detective says, why do you think so? And tells him usually such people form alliances in this way. And when I met them and was asking them any question, answer anything, then this fat human was looking towards that businessman what answer he will give. What is his expression? Is he happy, annoyed? Is he angry? It seemed as if he has no free will. He cannot do anything by his own will. And the detective says, if that is the case, then you have done a very good thing by telling me, because later we can use this thing to break their alliance. Vikram says, I'm taking this information and will share all this information with Ria too, and says thank you to the detective. But the detective tells him, you are looking a little different. When we met, your color was completely faded, absolutely thin like a skeleton. And hearing this, Vikram says, now my mind has become a little fine. Earlier, I was feeling one is the benefit of living or moving life forward after taking revenge. But now all my anxiety has gone, and now I see the world with a different perspective. And when he reaches home, there was Bammer who was asking him, you have wasted so much time, so when will you send other people to hell? If you don't do this, then someone else will do this. And hearing this, Vikram tells him, you are a demon, but you have spoken so much like humans that you will win 1,000 fights but lose 1 war. This is not martial arts in which I have to defeat my opponent by fighting. The best victory is that in which you don't have to fight. And he tells him, now we are in a knowledge war. Whoever has the most information and resources will take action, and everyone else is also gathering information like him so that they can attack their enemy when the right time comes. And tells him, I cannot lose this game, otherwise I will have to rot in someone else's hell for eternity. And this will be a very childish act that at this crucial time, looking for adventure, I go to people without any information and attack them and go to their hell like that streamer made a mistake. And with this tells him, this is the calm before the storm. You wait for some more time. A very big storm is about to come, in which we will get many chances to remove other hell builders from competition. And after this, Bammer asks him, the girl in your group group, what is she doing? And Vikram tells him she is still out for hunt. She can use her ability twice a day. And as soon as he says this, Rhea calls him and tells him, I have found another hell creator. And hearing this, Vikram gets serious and asks, where did you find the second hell builder? And she gives him the address and tells her, I'm in the middle of the city, and I saw a demon here with whom I got to know he is a hell builder. Vikram tells her, I will tell this information to the detective. You keep an eye on him and wait for us. But the girl again says that I will end this right here. Vikram forbids her to do all this and says this is too risky. Rhea says in return that this is the city center, middle of the city, not some residential building. And she tells Vikram that I am blended in the crowd, and he doesn't know that I am also a hell builder, and I finally have a chance to send him to my hell. Hearing her, Vikram feels that she is saying the right thing, but still there's a lot of risk there, and we cannot lose such a teammate who has such a good ability that she can find other hell builders. But Rhea tells him that you think well, but you are a coward, and says that my blood keeps boiling, but I am not able to do anything. I have been getting bored for so many days, and if I've got a chance to send another hell builder to my hell, then I want to end him right now. And she was following that hell builder, and he enters a small alley, and seeing this, she says, perfect, you did exactly what I wanted. She starts opening her buttons and says, if I did all this in public, then my sin wouldn't work, and the key wouldn't activate. But now you are at a lonely place. There I will unbutton my shirt, and you will fall into my trap. She keeps her key in her hand, but at the same time, he turns back and says, hello, have you come here to play? Rhea looks at her key. It hadn't activated, and thinks, what has happened to this? Why is it not activating? And the person she was following says, have you come here to play? And jumps on her. And her eyes open in an old warehouse, the same warehouse where that masked person was torturing another person, and was saying that you will have to choose one thing. Wooden boxes were lying there, torture equipment was there, and a little bit of blood was here and there. Rhea tries to remember how she came here, and some events come to her mind, that how that person had pressed her mouth and applied something on her mouth due to which she became unconscious. And now Rhea cannot even blame anyone, because Vikram had already told her not to go behind him, and now Detective and Vikram will have to find her and save her. She calms herself and says panicking will do nothing. I have to think something or the other. She checks her pocket. Neither her hell key is there, nor her phone, nor wallet, and nothing is there. And without her hell key, she is absolutely useless. And checks the walls. The wall was made of concrete, which she could not break. There was only one door, which was a metal door, which opened only from outside. She calls her demon there and says, can you do something? But he tells her that I cannot interfere between humans. I only use my ability, but I cannot go and talk to any other human. And with this, he starts crying that due to her stupidity, now he will also have to die. And calming her demon down, she says that we are still alive, and Vikram and Detective will definitely come here searching for me. At least she wanted to believe that they both will come here to save her, while their alliance was going a little up and down. But she tells her demon that our alliance has been formed, we have worked together, and her ability is not such that they can replace her in a day or in exchange for someone. She was the eyes of that group, and she used to help the most in researching. Without her research, they can't do anything, so they will definitely come here. Just then, she hears some noise from outside, and she picks up a brick in her hand. After calling Rhea many times when Rhea didn't pick up the call, after that, Vikram tells everything to the detective. Tells him that the last time we talked, she said that she has found another hell builder whom she is going to eliminate herself. After this, Vikram says that there's a huge possibility that she has already gone to hell, but there's also a possibility that seeing her powers, someone kidnapped her so that they can use her powers for their benefit. Detective notes all this and says that we have to find her as soon as possible because she is a trump card in this game of ours. Her ability, which can track anyone, is very important. Plus, if she revealed our identity, then this can be a very big danger for us too.
Vikram also gets worried about this, because his focus in this whole game has been on information, and he was thinking that I can win this game only with information. And seeing all this, Bomber is very happy that finally Vikram is coming out of his house and taking some actions. And Vikram tells him that we are going out for a walk, so you can hide, you don't need to come out, but I have found a new way by which we can use your powers in a good way. But the real question is, will she be able to stay alive till Vikram and Detective go there to find Rhea? Will that psychopath give her the same choices, that either you die by my hands or you go to my hell? And on the other side, we are shown that that psychopath, that masked person, is holding Rhea up with one hand, and blood is coming from her face, and tells her, "What was the need for you to pick up the brick? We could have talked with love." For the next episode, despite forbidding Rhea, she goes alone behind the psycho so that she can send him to hell. But he kidnaps her, and now who knows what he will do with her.
But Vikram gets to know all these things, and he is ready to save her with the detective. But will he be able to save her? On the other side, we are shown that Rhea tells that psycho that you are a madman, and he says that for a psycho like me, this is a compliment. And that psycho's demon is beating Rhea's demon, saying you cannot use your power. Lucifer told us that you cannot do anything except your basic power. So I beat you within rules, and stop crying, and enjoy your last few moments, and see what we do with your human. That psycho hangs her on a hook and ties her hands so that she cannot run from there. And Rhea says that my friends will definitely come to save me. And he takes his ear near her and says, if they come here, then I will wait for them. And Rhea bites his ear, but surprisingly, he doesn't get angry, just cuts his ear with a knife and says, I like sharing very much. And he tells her that I know about your friends. When you were following me, I had heard everything. And hearing this, Rhea understands why he has kept Rhea alive till now, and why she's hanging from the hook like an animal. He wants her friends to come here, and just then that psycho says, and I will send them all to hell. And then that psycho starts running here and there, dancing, and says that my plan is perfect, because he has the bait, and now he just has to wait for her friends. And now Vikram has also come to the same place where Rhea was standing and talking to him, but in so much crowd and so many people, finding her is very difficult. But Vikram had already thought everything, and he tells Bamar, use your death scent ability. And Bamar starts using it, and Vikram says, this is exactly like a maze puzzle, just there was a small change in this. Death wasn't to be avoided, had to go near death. The thicker the smoke, the closer he will be to his death, and closer to Rhea too. And like this, he can find Rhea too, because death was dancing on her head. And Bamar is happy seeing this, that his human has used an ability which was only a protective ability as tracking. And following the smoke, he kept going further, and finally reaches a location which was an old building. But now he had to think how he will go inside it without being detected. On the other side, Rhea was still hanging from that hook, and she was feeling very bad. And as soon as she opens her eyes, many tools were lying in front of her on which there was blood, and they were torture tools. And she thinks, if this is the same psychopath as in movies, then there is only one way to survive, that don't show any emotion, just keep hanging there like that, and don't react to anything. He tries to wake her up, but Rhea pretends again and again that she's sleeping. And then that psycho thinks her friends are taking too much time to come, but I think that till then this Rhea will get bored. So he starts picking up tools and sees what should I use. And after that starts pulling her hair, due to which Rhea starts crying and thinks, have her friends left her? Will they leave her here to die and won't come to save her? After this, he was about to take out her eyes, but just then he hears the police siren, and his demon comes to him and says that police has tracked you. And he says, this cannot happen. I never leave any clue behind. He puts down his tools and thinks maybe some hell creator found him and reported to the police, or maybe one of those police is a hell creator. It can be either of the two, but his demon tells him, you don't need to worry. After all, my powers are so amazing. And outside, Detective's partner is asking him, do you know this person who reported this? And he says, no, this was just an anonymous call, and thinks to himself that Vikram was very thin and weak, but he is very intelligent. He found Rhea so quickly, and he's far away so that he doesn't get trapped in these things, because these things are not for kids. These things only adults can handle. Detective's partner tells him, this is exactly like a haunted house. Neither is there light here, and it is very dark. And the detective tells him, according to the informant, there is a girl here who was dragged here. Before anything happens to her, we have to save her.
Vikram is watching him from far, and he feels everything is going fine, but he doesn't understand one thing. Why was death's scent becoming thicker, as if all those policemen were also going to die? Those policemen separate and start looking for that girl, and that one policeman is very scared of the dark, and he sees something. In his mind, it was that he should go there and see what is there, but he was also very scared. And now someone was standing behind him, and in one jerk rips his neck off his torso. That psycho was already so dangerous and powerful, but now after wearing his demon's armor, he had become even more powerful, and now he could crush humans with his hands only. He was enjoying it very much, but his demon says, "This power of mine will shorten your life, so be careful and don't get distracted and focus on your work." And the detective was walking alone at a place, and he was surprised seeing that this building is so big, sealed, and there are no lights here either. After this, he says on walkie-talkie that we needed backup here. Someone go out and call backup quickly. And he gets no response, and the detective feels that someone is coming towards him. He turns on the flashlight and looks in front of him. He sees nothing, but then he feels that someone is about to come from his left side. He jumps and fires 2 bullets, and that psychopath was standing there in that armor, and due to that armor, nothing happens to him, and he keeps standing there. And seeing him, the detective thinks, who is this? Is he a demon? If he's a demon, then why is he interfering between humans? He calls his demon and asks Gargamunga, who is this? He tells him this is a demon, and the detective gets angry. What is he doing between humans? And Gargamunga tells him, look carefully. That is his power, that he can give strength to a human like an armor, but in return he shortens his life. And he looks carefully that inside that armor is that psychopath. And the detective thinks this is much more difficult than I thought. He had already fired all bullets from his gun, so now it was useless. Now he takes a stick in his hand and stays ready for attack and tells that psycho, you are now going to hell. And he says, no, I'm having a lot of fun, and the fun has just started, and kicks that detective so hard that he breaks the wall and falls outside. And that psycho feels that apart from the detective, there is another hell builder here, and he shouts loudly, if you want to save him, then come here, and anyway, I'm going to send him to hell. After that, I will come after you. And hearing this, Vikram gets scared and thinks, should he go there and interfere? Right now, the situation is not on his side. Maybe he gets killed in this too, or the detective dies too, and he can't even save Ria. After this, we are shown the detective's backstory. In his childhood, his father was also a policeman. They were not very rich, lived a normal life, and due to less money, his father used to do a lot of overtime, so he used to stay away from family. His mother tells him, you need to study so that you don't have to work always like your father. His father was very workaholic and always kept working, but the detective felt that his father is very cool. Because of him, they can live a life and eat good food. That day when he came home, all children became happy, and he always used to bring some gift or the other for them from outside and tell them amazing stories. And one day, many gang members kill his father. There were more than 60-70 stab wounds on his body, and in court, he finds out that many goons together killed his father, and due to lack of evidence, they don't get punishment, and they are set free, and that case is dismissed due to lack of evidence. And he was surprised seeing that, why is no one talking on TV that a policeman has died? And he realizes that there is a lot of injustice in society. Injustice is too much, and he decides that he will also become a policeman. And when he grows up and becomes a policeman and tries to finish the work started by his father, a lot of resistance comes on him, and senior police officers try to suppress him, and he realizes that those at the most senior position have nothing to do with justice. They just want to take money and fill their pockets, and there is no such thing as justice in this society. After this, he decides that he will become a detective, and then he finds out that his father was not the only case. Apart from that, there were many police officers whom gang members had killed, and their cases were also closed like this, and he finds out that
that there are many loopholes in this, and this system has rotted to the core, is of no use, and someone will have to stand for this and fix all these things. And at that time, Gargamonga comes to him with that offer that you can send anyone to hell. We come back to the present again, where that psycho is telling the policeman, "Why are you so weak, not even able to move? Where do our taxpayers' dollars go? Do they not give you food?" And seeing all this, that detective thinks this is very unfair. Bad person should never win. Hero always wins. And with this, he takes out his hell key, which was now glowing. He tries to move, pointing it towards him, but that psycho grabs his hand, and he says, "I haven't stopped playing with you yet," takes the key from his hand and throws it far away. Gargamonga is very troubled seeing this, and thinks, "I want to help him, but this is against rules, and I cannot interfere between humans." That psycho wanted to play with Detective's mind, and tells him that no matter how advanced civilization becomes, but everywhere there is a prey and there is a hunter, and you are prey right now, and I am always the hunter. He was about to hit the detective with his nail, but someone shouts from behind, "Oi, didn't Mummy teach anything in childhood? Or wasn't there a mummy at all?" And that psycho asks the detective, "Who is this?" And in a very feeble voice he says, "This is also a hellmaker," and says to him, "Are you a rabbit? Do you have a wish to die? Why have you come out here?" The detective looks at him, and he realizes that Vikram is standing there just by gathering courage because his legs were shaking. Due to the fear of this psycho, he was not even able to move, and all this was just a lie who was standing there. But then he thinks, does he have any plan by which we can defeat him? Vikram realized this psycho runs only on brute force. He has no technique, no plan, just keeps crushing everyone with the help of his powers. That psycho asks Vikram again, "Why are you not speaking? Answer my question. Has your tongue gone into your stomach?" And Vikram was really very scared, but still he comes into a boxing stance.
Tells that psycho, "You are like a turtle completely covered with shell. A real hunter needs nothing except his nails. If you have courage, then fight me and show." Vikram challenges that psycho, and seeing this, that psycho focuses his attention on Vikram and leaves the detective. And this is what Vikram wanted, that he leaves the detective alone and focuses all attention on me and thinks that I am challenging him. Round. With this, he tells Bamar, "Maximize the death scent ability." And before this, he had thought about a method and discussed with Bamar that if they use his death scent ability in a fight, then his death scent ability works in such a way that wherever that person is going to die, there that fog is maximum. So Vikram uses his brain and thinks, if I use this thing in a fight, then I can find out 100% where he is going to attack next, and I can dodge him. And due to exercise and eating good food for many days now, he had stamina too, and had enough power that he can dodge his attack. And just after the first punch, that psycho is surprised that how did he dodge it? Even the policeman wasn't able to dodge it. He punches one after another, and Vikram keeps dodging him. This is absolutely a game of timing. He has to dodge at the very last second. And as he was punching, remember his demon's ability makes him more powerful, but shortens his life and tires him very quickly. And just after so many punches, he also started getting tired and thinks, I have to finish this as soon as possible. And this is what his demon is telling him again and again, finish him quickly in one punch. And that psycho says, I'm trying, but like a rat he keeps running from here to there and doesn't come in my hands. And all this continues for some time. Vikram keeps dodging punches one after another, and that psycho's strength, stamina, and life force was decreasing. And he gets more nervous. How is he blocking my attacks so well? He has armor, he's already so strong, so killing him was child's play. And on the other side, Vikram also knew if even one punch hit him, he won't be able to get up again. And he has armor, so attacking him makes no sense. So he was relying 100% on defense. And Bamar asks Vikram, what are you going to do? Sometime or the other you will get tired, and sometime or the other he will catch you. Will you somehow trick and force him to betrayal? But this is not possible. You cannot do this so quickly. But in Vikram's mind it was going on that he has a partner too, who is going to his key right now. Detective was also crawling towards his key, because he knew Vikram won't be able to last long. His bones were broken, he had many injuries in his body, but still he was slowly going towards his key. And Bamar notices all these things, and says distracting the psycho until your partner goes towards his key is a very clever move.
But what will happen if his attention went towards the detective again? And the psycho tells Vikram, "What do you want to do? Neither do you attack me. You are not a hunter at all. And what have you come here to do? Have you come to show me how agile you are? How fast? How athletic?" And just then that psycho's attention goes towards the detective. Detective was crawling towards his key, and only a little distance was left between his key and him. And there was little distance between the psycho and him, too. And the psycho realizes what his mistake was, and he says, "I will destroy you all at once." But the policeman jumps towards his key, and he was faster than the psycho. He picks up that key and moves it, due to which his hell gate opens, and now that psycho had a one-way ticket towards hell. And he buries his hands in that ground so that he can save himself from going to hell. And seeing this, the policeman says, "There will be no benefit from this. You will have to go to hell." And he says, "There is a lot more in this world right now, and I have to do a lot more." And just then we are shown about his childhood, that he was born in a brothel. No one pays attention to him. No one did his upbringing. Everyone used to beat him, hit him, throw him here and there. His mother used to work there, and his father was a pimp there. Now, what does all this mean? You might find it written above, or you can search it. His father always used to beat his mother, and the child who grows up seeing all this can never be normal and adopts his father's violent tendencies. Sometimes he kills rats, sometimes kills some animal, and as he grows up, he keeps becoming an executioner and later acts as a demon for human society. That how he tells that demons also live with humans in this society. Vikram shouts that his birth itself was a mistake and kicks him, sending him to hell. Detective lies down right there because he is so tired and has so much injury in his body that he is not even able to move. Bamar and Garga Manga talk to each other that they have won this fight. And after this, Vikram goes to the detective and says, "Now is not the time to sleep. Right now we have to save Rhea too." Detective gets very happy seeing him, and seeing this, he praises him where he has come from. When they met the first time, he was a scared, frightened, thin, weak boy, and now he has become so powerful that he can defeat a psychopath alone. He picks him up and goes towards Rhea. And inside this factory, in a room where Rhea was, both of them reach there and are surprised to see in what bad condition she was. That psychopath had tied Rhea to a pole, and blood was dripping from her face. And seeing her, it seemed she is such a person who has given up on life and is very tired. And seeing both of them, Rhea is surprised. Has she really been saved? She thought her team members won't come to save her. Detective tells her, "We are fine, almost unharmed. Nothing happened to us, and we have won the fight." After that, Vikram unties her ropes. Rhea was not able to stand. Vikram slowly takes her towards the ground and tells her, "Usually you look very good. Right now your condition is a bit bad." And hugging him, she starts crying and says, "I thought you won't come here." Vikram tells her, "If you had listened to me, this would never have happened. From now on, you will always listen to us and do nothing alone yourself." And tells her ambulance has arrived outside. If you say it can take you, otherwise you can come with me too. He was just trying to fix her mood. After that ambulance takes Detective and whoever else was injured there, including Rhea, to the hospital. Vikram stays away from there because he didn't want to get involved in all this, and him staying there could raise many questions. And this whole news is shown on television. It is told that psychopath Nick had kidnapped a schoolgirl whom this police officer saved, and meanwhile he got very injured and a police officer was killed too. They show the detective's photo on TV, which that businessman was watching, and he starts thinking that the policeman has come in front of me again in so few days. Is it not that he is a hell builder? First at Streamer's house, after that found behind this psycho. This was very far from his assigned station. He thinks, is it not that that psycho was also a hell builder, and this detective sent him to his hell? He hasn't run. That businessman phones the chief of police and requests to arrange a meeting with this detective and tells him his company wants to say thank you to that detective because he has done such good work for society, saved a poor schoolgirl from a villain. And after cutting the phone, he says, "Detective, I will meet you soon." In the hospital, Rhea was lying on the bed and Vikram, sitting around her, was reading those documents which was information about businessman and the other architect, which the detective himself had given him. Rhea opens her eyes and looks towards him, that he is sitting there. Vikram also notices this and says hi to her, but Rhea in such happiness jumps on him and in attempt to hug him drops him on the floor too. And seeing all this, Vikram says, "What happened? Are you fine? Has any ghost come inside you?" And crying, she says, "I didn't think I would survive. Thank you for saving me." Vikram also comes to senses a bit and says, "You don't need to say thank you to me. Just listen to me. And anyway, right now you shouldn't get up from bed." He makes her sit on the bed and says, "Now all dangerous things have ended." He says that he has to go to the other room and check the detective too, whether he is fine or not. And after that, he gives both folders to Rhea, and she asks, "What is it, my test reports?" And he tells her, "No, the two hell builders we found outside Streamer's house, this is their information. I wanted to give this to you earlier, but you must remember what happened." He tells her, "Read all these documents carefully," and while leaving, along with saying, "Get well soon," he also says, "I will come here again to see if you are fine or not." And when Vikram goes to meet the detective, going there, he complains, "This is very unfair that I sent that psycho to hell, and you went to meet Rhea first." And hearing this, Vikram says, "Are you really getting jealous?" And hearing this, he says, "I'm not jealous, I'm just reminding you who did more work and who sent him to hell." And he takes out a key and points towards Vikram and says, "You take this," and tells him, "When I was about to die, I realized one thing, that we shouldn't go after creators, because we don't know how other creators will be. Like this was a psychopath, any human can be anything. Maybe he's very rich, very strong," and Vikram was feeling that this is a normal key, and he tells him this is the key to the policeman's house. There's a special security system there, and no lowly to lowly, bad to bad, and cunning to cunning person will dare to enter inside a detective's house. So this is more protective and secure than your house and Rhea's house. And hearing this, Vikram also agrees and thinks to himself that it is a very good thing that the detective is in his team, and tells him as soon as he shifts his luggage there or fixes it, he will move there. He starts leaving from there, but the detective tells him one more thing. "Wait, I have to give you something else too." And he gives him a diary and tells him, "Do you remember when we all met and it was the start of forming this alliance? Then I gave you some numbers." Vikram says, "Yes." After this, detective says, "I had manipulated those numbers a little bit so that I always stay at advantage, but now you have proven yourself that you are a good and true human, so I am giving you the real numbers." And hearing this, Vikram gets shocked. He realizes what has just happened to him, and Vikram thinks to himself, maybe their alliance has ended now.
The thing he was always waiting for has happened. Detective had betrayed him, and now his key can activate, and he can easily send Detective to hell. But should he do this? And the detective says now he has no reason to hide everything from him. And Vikram is thinking to himself, Detective has many sources, he fights well, he is very smart, he has all police information, and he can be very useful too. But he is a very dangerous and powerful opponent too. It is possible that the policeman and Vikram are among the few selected creators to survive in the end. Vikram hesitates a little and doesn't understand what to do and thinks, will this policeman really be useful to me or not? And he wasn't speaking anything for so long, and the detective asks, "What happened? Are you fine? Are you getting angry?" But Vikram was feeling exactly opposite to it. He was very excited. He hides his excitement and says, "I have to go." After that, he goes to the washroom and sees his key was glowing, meaning really that detective had betrayed him. And Vikram thinks, before I get attached to him, I must dispose of him. Bamar tells him, forming alliance and lying to them all, it is good that they didn't get to know about your lie. But still, whatever happens, that policeman betrayed you, so what will you do? Vikram tells him, the policeman can be useful to me, so I will let him go. And hearing this, Bamar says, is it not that you have become too soft and getting attached to all of them? When I met you for the first time, you were filled with hatred, and that's why I chose you for Hell Creator. But I have realized, since you came into this alliance, you are slowly becoming a different person. But now you have only one goal, that is only personal growth and building relationships with people. And it is possible, due to these actions of yours, I might also have to disappear from this world. And if that is the case, then I told you, if I die, I will take your soul with me. And he says, you won't need to do anything like that. I'll send them all to hell myself. Vikram goes back to the detective and says, till when will your treatment happen, and how? Just then, Rhea also comes there, in whose hand was an IV bottle, through which she was on drip. She comes there and says, I wanted to say thank you to the detective, and she was very happy that her 3 teammates were there. And near the hospital, the businessman has reached there. In his hand was a gift, which was for the policeman, and the detective gets information beforehand that businessman is coming inside. As soon as that businessman enters the room, he sees Vikram and says, You were outside that streamer's house too, and you were here too. How good that 2 more hell creators are here together. And hearing this, Vikram and detective look at each other. How to handle this now? Detective picks himself up and says, I don't know what you're talking about, and this hell creator, what is this? Businessman says, You act well, but me and you know what we all do. Now, how dangerous is that businessman, and what does he do with them? And will they be able to prove themselves that they are not hell creators, or will there be any fight between the 2? To know next episode. That businessman comes there to meet the detective, but as soon as he enters the room, he sees that along with the detective, Vikram was also there. And the businessman remembers this is the same assistant who was outside Streamer's house. And coming inside, he says, What a coincidence! 2 hellmakers are here. Detective calms himself and gets up and says, What are you talking about? And who are you? And why have you come here? Hearing this, the businessman says, You act well, but your partner is absolutely like wood, and he cannot act. I saw your news and talked to your senior, and I have come here to say thank you to you that you saved that schoolgirl. I came to do this officially, but unofficially, I have come to offer a new alliance. And he cannot think, how does he know we are hellmakers? And he analyzes all things. Where must we have made a mistake? Where must I have exposed myself? And seeing the expression of Vikram's face, that businessman says, I know you are running your brain and thinking how I know. It is very simple. Just detective came in my way many times. First in that streamer's house, after that in news. His station was also very far from there. Moreover, I found out a little about both of you, and as I thought, neither do you look like a detective, and you are a minor too, and neither is your age that you can take any job. And if you still deny that you both are not hellmakers, then I have 2 questions for you. First, why would a detective roam around with a high school girl? Second, why did he go so far from his station to save that girl? And third question, why would a high school boy pretend to be a detective? There is only one answer to this, that you both are hellmakers, and you both are in an alliance. You both went to Streamer's house for this reason, too, because you were looking for all other streamers, how they look, taking information about them, and like this you reached that psycho. After this, he says, you both are in a very good alliance, because you have come so far. Vikram's brain was running very fast.
And he was thinking, what should I do? Should I confess in front of him that I'm a hellmaker? Or does the detective have any ideas? And just then the detective raises his hands and says, I am caught. Did you come here to hear this? You have exposed us. Now what do you want? That we kneel in front of you or become your slave like that architect friend of yours? And hearing this, the businessman thinks they have information about this too, and their alliance is completely different from mine. They both are on equal footings. Neither is anyone senior nor junior, nor anyone more powerful, nor anyone weak. And he says, it is not like that at all. If I wanted to make you my slave, I would have attacked you, sent a threatening letter. I have come here to offer an alliance from which all 3 of us will benefit, and we will be equal in that alliance. Detective raises his hand and says, I don't need your alliance, and I don't know how you can be useful to us, and I have seen how you form your alliance, and I am rejecting your offer. Hearing this, the businessman is thinking, is this detective lying or trying to trick me? But after that, he tells, my architect has disappeared. Either someone has sent him to hell or he is dead, and I want to find him. Who has done this? Who dared to take away my slave? And I'm not promising that this alliance will last forever, but you are also not so stupid to reject my alliance offer. And seeing the businessman, Vikram realizes what a dangerous person he is, and to send him to hell, earlier he was thinking that he would have to use many tricks or lie, but now luck has given him a chance to form an alliance with him and force him to betray and then send him to his hell. And with this one more new alliance alliance is formed, and Vikram goes in front of him like a complete man and shakes hands with him and says, I want all information about the person we are looking for. On the other side, we are shown that Architect was tied to a chair. His hands and legs were tied. There was a tape on his mouth, and in front of him stood those villains who had kidnapped him. And just then a girl comes there who is in a wheelchair, and all those villains who are standing around her call her big sister and bow their heads in front of her, because she was the eldest there, and she was their leader, and behind her was her devil. That girl tells them, all remove his tape. I want to talk to him. And as soon as they remove his tape, he shouts, what is going on here? I don't know about any sin, and I haven't done anything. But just then he realizes that his shouting was having no effect on them, and the situation is very serious, even more serious than he had thought. The man standing behind that girl tells him, go, take care of him. He goes to him with anger, and seeing this, he starts shouting, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. But he goes to him with anger, looks into his eyes, and breaks his finger. He cries, shouts, begs, and says, I don't know about any sin. And then he breaks another finger of his. And then, after crying and shouting, he says, I will tell you everything. Just don't kill me. And I don't know about any sin. And hearing this, the girl says, continue. Break another finger of his. He does so, and he is in pain. Tears come from his eyes. Water comes from mouth, too. And finally, he says, I will tell you. And he tells that his sin is negligence. After this, she asks him, do you know about any other hell creator? And he says, I don't know about anyone else. Just then, that bodyguard holds his finger, and he shouts, yes, I know. And he tells about the businessman. And she says, do you know anything else? He says, no. There was no life left in him, and he was about to faint. And he says, you promised if I give you all information, you will leave me. And that girl says, I wanted more information than name. Just name won't do anything. Hearing his name, she remembers something. She searches about him, extracts information, and finds out that he is the owner of a very big company and is a public figure, due to which his hiding will become very difficult and their work will become very easy. That girl sees his photo and says he will definitely go to hell, and her eyes had become red with anger, and tells her man, gather everyone, we will go and meet him. Vikram had asked him the question, give all information about him, but he says, I have no information about him. But if they torture that architect and ask him where I will meet, then they can find me only in public, and they will attack me there. And on the other side, after gathering her men, she asks them, are you ready to fight and die? And they all say yes. Just then we are shown her backstory. In a parking lot, many men were lying on the ground, and blood was flowing from them. Most likely a gang fight had happened there. A man in brown suit shouts, tells the person with baseball bat, you will get punishment. You cannot go just like that, and takes out his knife, on which there was blood too. And as soon as boss gets to know, you all will be killed. He comes and hits baseball bat on his face and says, keep your mouth shut. I know against whom I stood up. With your gang leader, I also have to settle scores, and you stay lying down. Then you will survive, and just some small marks will come. Just then, in that parking lot, a car comes from inside, which his boss comes out, who was just lying on the ground, seeing whom that baseball bat guy says, finally, you came here. Now we have to settle scores. And he was absolutely calm. There was not even a bit of fear on his face, and he asks him, what are you doing in my area? He tells him, I just have to ask you one question. He says something to his assistant, and his assistant brings a boy in a wheelchair there. Seeing whom, he says, will you tell why you did this to him? His leg has been broken into thousands of pieces, and maybe now he will never be able to walk. Hearing which, that gang leader's assistant says, if he had behaved properly, then nothing like this would have happened to him. And just then he slaps him and says, shouldn't speak between elders. And after hearing this, that baseball bat man feels he will definitely pay the price for this thing. And that gang leader tells him, I will give you so much money that you will be filled up to neck. With this, you can remove all other gangs in your territory and rule there for at least 30 years. Hearing this, he thinks we can do that ourselves, but this was our heir, and now maybe he will never be able to walk. Can you even give so much money that this thing can be compensated? Or do you want a gang war? This was a direct threat. That gang leader tells his assistant, go bring that girl. And he thinks, why is he calling her? He brings a small girl there who was 7 years old and was that gang leader's daughter. He goes to her and says, your father has to settle scores for something. Maybe you forgive him or not, but sometime or the other you will understand this thing. And he takes out a knife and slashes her legs and says, now we will decide this thing with rule of eye for an eye. I had cut your successor's legs, and now same is happening with my successor too. Baseball bat man thinks, I've been in this crime world for 20 years, but I have never seen such a heartless person. His father kills all the men standing there with his own hands. That girl grows up, but she is never able to walk, and she always stays in wheelchair. After getting offer from Demon, she accepts it, and her demon tells her, I can kill your father. And still, more than 50% people haven't subscribed, so subscribe. And chapter 1 of series is linked in description. Share it with your friends so that they can also enjoy this thing. But she says, first, I have to settle some scores, and says, take me to his room. He takes her to his room, and seeing her, his father says, stay away from me. Don't even come near me. And she tells him, after so many years, it is turn to settle some scores, and takes out her key towards him, and activates it, and sends him to hell, and kills all his loyal servants standing there, and becomes the leader of that gang. That businessman was king of a clean and normal life, because he had money, fame, power. But that wheelchair girl was queen of underground. She could control everyone. Her hand was in every crime, and her men for her were ready to do anything. Due to her physical condition, she couldn't do anything herself, but she ran her gang very well, and no one insulted her or ignored her sayings, because everyone was afraid lest they go to hell. Just then, a man from that gang brings businessman's schedule, when he can be and when they can attack him, and she notices in it that there is a social party in it, where very rich people will come, and there they can attack him. And at that place, he won't be able to use his hell key, because there will be many reporters or people. She tells all people standing around her, prepare as many men as possible. And one of them says, what will we do with him? Should we kill him? And hearing that architect shouts, you promised you would let me go. That girl goes to him and says, if I let you go, then you will owe me, and you will have to obey everything I say, and you have to decide this right now. He didn't have much choice. He says, I will be grateful to you and will obey everything. And gathering all her men, she asks them, are you ready to do anything for me? And they all answer together, we will do anything for you. They all sit in many cars and leave for businessman's party. And his party was at such a place, which was a country residence. Very rich and famous people had come there. Businessman makes small talk with all of them, talks a little bit. And just then Vikram and Detective also come there. Seeing whom, he says thank you to both for coming. Says, you and your bodyguard. Detective gets irritated by this and says, I am not your bodyguard. I am not in your alliance. I just agreed for you to come here. And Vikram says, yes, he will stay here like my bodyguard so that he can save me. Vikram asks that businessman, are you sure that today they will come here? He says, nothing is sure, but if there is any such thing in my whole schedule where they can attack me, it is this thing. Apart from this, I stay surrounded by media everywhere, or there are bodyguards around me, or I am in my house or building which is very secure. And if they would have tortured Architect and asked him, then they would have gotten this information only. That wheelchair girl and all her men have reached that destination. She takes out binoculars and sees the front bodyguards are looking quite solid, but we won't have any problem defeating them. Her brother was sitting beside her and says, should we go ahead? She says, target is confirmed. You can go now. And whoever comes in your way, don't show mercy on anyone. Rest I will handle myself later. He gets out of car and goes to that bodyguard. That bodyguard stops him and says, going here is forbidden, and only with invocation can go inside. He says, oh, I have something. And just then he takes out his knife. Before he could react anything, he slits his throat and does exactly same with the other bodyguard too. Till now, all this hadn't even started. Just in 10 seconds, 2 dead bodies were lying there. And he says on walkie-talkie, path is clear now. Car can go inside. That wheelchair girl gives order to everyone. And just then, 2 black vans go there which were in very speed and hit brakes. And businessman notices all this sound. And just then, many goons come out of those cars. And just then, that wheelchair girl speaks on speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you love your life, then face towards the wall and stay there. And don't look. But no one pays attention there. But businessman notices them, that they have already come here. And these are the ones we were waiting for. He thinks of leaving from there, but just then, that wheelchair girl announces again, this is last warning for you. Go towards the wall and don't look. No one listens still. But just then, businessman hears a sound. And that sound was a baseball bat hitting a person's head and him falling down. And the goon who had hit him shouts and says, everyone towards the wall. Otherwise, I will break your head like this too. All guests start running here and there and go towards the wall and turn their face there. And just then, that goon calls businessman, taking his name, Vikram. And detective had gone towards the wall because they don't want to get involved in all this. And detective says, this alliance is not worth it. There are many goons here, and we alone cannot defeat them. And hearing this, Vikram says, yes, we cannot defeat them. And maybe the lion has met his match. Businessman is king of a real world where everything is clean and according to law, and against him are people of
Underworld. Now, what will he be able to do here? Will he be able to survive or not? To know this, next episode. All those gang members have come to that businessman's party. They threatened everyone. Go towards the wall, otherwise everyone will be killed. All guests go there. Vikram and Detective were also on that side, and Detective tells him, right now we are on winning side, and maybe this alliance is not as useful as we thought, so stay calm for now, because we cannot defeat them. And Vikram also agrees with this, that we cannot defeat them. On the other side, that goon spots Businessman and tells him, you were the one, right? And Businessman doesn't panic at all. He approaches them absolutely calmly and says, oh, you caught me. What a shame. And raises his hands. And now I don't even know what I have to do. Leader of those goons asks Wheelchair Girl on walkie-talkie, have we found him? Now what to do with him? Should we catch him and bring, or should we kill him? And that girl says, there is no benefit in catching and bringing him. It will be useless hassle. He is a very big businessman, so police will be after us very soon. So finish him right there, and don't take much time. Her demon sitting near that girl says, won't you send him to hell because he was interested in that thing? And she tells him, Lucifer didn't say even once that to remove other creators from path, it is necessary that you send him to hell only. You can finish him anyway, and openly sending any human to hell can be very risky, and whole world can know who we are and what we do. And that girl knew that Businessman has recruited another hell creator, who was that streamer, because Architect had told them everything, and she knows if they go inside house, then all her men will be killed. She knew all this, still she sent everyone there to die, and now sitting far away she is watching everything with binoculars. But Demon says, I don't care about these things, I just want many souls in my hell, so that they keep screaming and I get peace. Hearing this, she says, you don't need to worry. When all this is over, I will send souls of all my men to your hell, because they had seen me in such bad condition in childhood, and had done nothing. Businessman with a smile says, looks like all guests have gathered, and now party is about to start. Hearing this, that goon says, what are you talking about? Have you gone mad? And when he looks aside, he finds out that to save Businessman, many armed bodyguards have come, and they were not ready for these things. And they say, we will kill you all. They all shout and clash with each other. Whatever was in anyone's hand, everything was being used. Someone's head was breaking, sound of someone's bones breaking was coming, blood was flying in air, and meanwhile, Businessman was thinking, enemy is very smart though, because she followed my whole schedule and saw where they can attack me. But they made a mistake. They didn't see which guests I have invited. If they had seen this, then they would have known how many bodyguards I have. He had dressed all his bodyguards like guests. He had said, you can drink a little, interact with people, and whoever you find suspicious, keep an eye on him. I like playing chess very much. This was a good opening, but now full match of chess has started, and against my opponent, no one dares to stand, and I have done this. So let's see what she will do next move. And meanwhile, in fight, we are shown.
The one who is leader of them all talks to girl on walkie-talkie and says his bodyguards have surrounded us from all sides. We need help. And she says reinforcement is coming there. And with this, she orders her devil also, bring his head to me, and I will fill your hell. After this, Businessman sees many more goons have come there. Her demon comes out of car and passing through where fight was happening, starts going towards Businessman because he is his target. And this demon's power is he can control anyone's body. And just then his bodyguard sees him going towards Businessman and shouting comes towards him, starts hitting him. He kicks him and his hand breaks, seeing which Demon thinks now this body cannot be used. Moreover, that bodyguard hits a hammer on his head, due to which his head bursts, and he realizes, I cannot catch Businessman like this, I will have to change body. And that demon comes out of his body and starts looking for new body, and he catches the same human who had just hit him. After going inside him, he realizes this body is stronger, younger, and he can fight well. That demon whose body he controls, then he cannot control his mind and his body, and he doesn't know who is his friend, who is his enemy. After controlling him, he creates terror there. He kills his own people, his bodyguard friends, and tells all other goons, you all go inside house. Our real target is there. I will handle all these. All those bodyguards break the door and go inside. And meanwhile, that wheelchair girl thinks no matter how much Businessman prepares, but it won't be enough. One goon among them, who was their senior, says, turn the whole house upside down, up, down, look everything, every room check, but bring his head to me. The sooner we finish this work, the sooner we will be able to go home. And he says, now this is a fox hunt, and I am very good at this thing.
After this, all his partners going in different rooms start searching, and one of them says, "This whole house is like a maze. Do all rich people live like this? How will we find a human here?" And after that, he starts checking every cupboard. When he opens a cupboard, Streamer was sitting in it, and his key was glowing, and says hello to him, and that goon gets surprised seeing him. Why is this kid sitting here? After this, Streamer says bye-bye, and I won't say all the best to you at all. And after that, a very bright light comes from windows of that room and screaming sound comes. Then we are shown when Streamer came to that businessman's house for the first time during first meeting. Businessman had said, "From now on you will stay here, and I have prepared all documents by which this house will become yours." Moreover, he had given him permission that according to his taste, he can redesign this whole house. So there are many secret doors here and hiding places, which makes it perfect place for his powers. And now whoever comes inside this house without invite will definitely be killed. And Businessman, sitting in a separate room, was watching everything from CCTV footage and eating popcorn along. Outside, he sees his demon defeated all other bodyguards and made prisoners of those left, but they didn't know where Businessman is. And slowly, whatever goons had come inside house were disappearing. And this whole thing that wheelchair girl was also realizing, because whenever she tried to talk to anyone, no answer was coming from there. And this was all Streamer's doing, because now he was able to use his powers fully, and he was enjoying very much. And she takes out all her men from that house, because she knew this key cannot be used outside that house, as Architect had told her. And seeing all goons going out, Businessman thinks what will be the next move. He didn't know what they will do when all these goons go out. And he tells Streamer, "You don't need to chase anyone, because we are in no hurry." But then he regrets a little that he cannot call police here. Right now, the whole match was running on equal, but if anyone can disturb this match, then it is Vikram and Detective who were standing aside. Just then, Vikram gets a phone call. He puts earpiece in his ear, and picking up the phone, he finds out it was Ria's phone. She tells him she has located another creator, and she is just outside the house. Vikram asks her, "What are you doing here?" And she says, "I wanted to help you. I spotted some hell creators here, out of which one is you, Detective, and yes, say hi to Detective for me. Apart from him, Streamer, that businessman, and another girl who was outside house. And how are you all there?" Vikram tells her, "You will have to help us, but right now using key is not necessary. You just have to follow my instructions, and with that we can change this situation. Your hell is not universal, and using it on that creator right now won't be possible." That wheelchair girl was thinking, how can we end this as soon as possible? We cannot go inside, but if we stay here for a long time, then danger of police coming will keep increasing, and then we will have to stop this operation. Just then, door of her car opens and Ria was standing there. She tells her it is very cold outside, and I have to talk something to you. And hearing this, that girl gets surprised. "What are you doing here?"
Maybe someone told you wrong man's address. I am not the one you were looking for. She shows her hell key to her and says, "Do you remember something?" Vikram tells Ria, "Go to that hell creator who is outside this whole building and controlling everyone." Goes to her and shows her hell key. Seeing this, that girl gets scared lest she has come to send me to hell. But she tells her, "My hell key is not glowing, so you don't need to be afraid," and asks her, "Then why have you come here?" Ria tells her, "Someone else wants to talk to you." She gives her earpiece, and Vikram tells her, "I am also a hell creator, and I am in this party." And that girl asks him, "What do you want from me?" That girl says, "This means you know that businessman and are his guest?" He says, "Yes, and enemy of both of us is same. If you want, we together can kill him or send him to hell." That girl doesn't know what Vikram's real intention is, and thinking that, she gets confused. Should I listen to him or not? Just then, Vikram gives her ultimatum. "You will have to decide, will you follow my orders or not?" And he thinks to himself, "Now you will have to become my puppet to defeat him." And she says, "Yes, I will listen to you, but what is our plan?" Vikram tells her, "You can call me Majnun." After that, that girl gives some orders to her goons, and one of them takes all these orders and tells all other guests, "If you want to stay alive, then you will have to follow my orders. Make a line and walk inside this mansion so that you can meet him who organized this party." They all go inside, and their leader standing inside says, "Every human taking a guest has to find businessman," and the one who came with this plan was Vikram.
With this, he deactivated Streamer's powers. Now, along with these goons, he cannot send those guests to hell because they were very important and powerful people. If even one of them disappears, then there will be chaos in whole country. And seeing this, Streamer calls Businessman and asks, "What should I do? Should I send everyone to hell?" And seeing this, Businessman gets very mad. First time something like this happened, due to which his plan was on verge of failing, and holds his hair in frustration, thinks, "What should I do?" Because Businessman also knew very well that they are very famous and powerful people. Not even one of them can disappear. None of them can see him using Hell Key, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to explain to police what happened here. And possibly all his old sins might also come out, due to which maybe he will have to go to jail too. And Vikram knew now that all these goons, now without any problem, can find Businessman. And he knew from start that those who have come here to kill Businessman are no threat to Vikram. If there is any biggest threat in this whole game, then it is Businessman himself. And now Vikram's only one goal was sending that businessman to his hell. And on the other side, that businessman realizes something is wrong. Till some time ago, all these goons were like unorganized chaos, running here and there like storm. There was no organization in them, no sync. But after some time, they are making moves which are very thoughtful and planned. And he thinks something is definitely wrong here. And he tries to find some pattern in all these things so that he can find out what has changed. He had realized that someone else is controlling them all, but who is he? Where is he? How powerful? How intelligent? He didn't know. After this, he thinks, I have many people in alliance, like Vikram, his team, and Streamer. Can it be that someone of them betrayed me and is weakening all my defenses internally? He dismisses all these talks and thinks, who can do this? Businessman never wanted to use Demon's power because he didn't want to rely on it and thought he can handle everything himself. But now he has no choice left. And after that, he calls his demon and says, I want to write a poem of future. And his demon says, I'm surprised you want to use my powers. He says, I didn't want to waste your powers. After all, your power can be used only 3 times. And after that, he activates his power. And with help of this power, you can see what is going to happen in next 1 hour in some pieces. But this you can use only 3 times. He sees someone breaks door of his room, and many men come there whom he doesn't know. But among them was a face whom he knew, and that was Vikram. He gets to know Vikram is betraying him. After that, he tries to activate his key, but it doesn't happen. After that, all people who came with Vikram stab knife in his hand, so that he cannot use key. After that, a fatal stab wound comes in his chest, due to which he dies, and they all leave him there and go. And as soon as all this ends, he gets very angry. His eyes become red, blood starts boiling, because he knew that from his team, Vikram
betrayed him. Vikram's demon, Bamar, gives him power that he can see is death about to come on him or not. And Businessman's demon gives him power that he can see things of next 1 hour, what is going to happen in 1 hour. And that too in glimpses. From both these powers, they both get ability that they can change their future. Businessman tells Streamer, do anything and send Vikram to your hell. I don't want him here. But Streamer tells him he has a guest with him too. And even if I kill him, still I cannot send Vikram to my hell, because you invited Vikram here yourself, and this won't be invasion, and my hell key won't work on him. And hearing this, that businessman goes into even more panic and thinks, what will he do? Now Vikram knew from start that he will have no danger here. On the other side, businessman didn't have so many details that he could send Vikram to hell, or he hadn't found out all details about him because he never thought he will betray him. On the other side, Vikram has such teammates whom he can trust, like Detective, who is always ready to save him, and Rhea, who helps him from outside, and her ability is very amazing. Businessman sees from nearby window Vikram with another human was roaming there, who were looking for him only. And now Businessman realizes in information war there is no way to win from Vikram. He cannot overpower him in any way, cannot force him to follow his orders. Businessman thinks today he is unlucky, and whatever he had thought, planned, is not working today. After this, his demon says, are you getting confused?
and he says, "Not confusion, but what I thought was absolutely wrong. I thought whoever attacked me today and kidnapped Architect, he and Detective are most dangerous in this game. But Vikram turned out to be the black horse here. We underestimated him, and he is most cunning and intelligent." Businessman was complaining and thinking, "Can I send him to Streamer's hell? But now it is turned he will go to my hell. I will test him for incompetency." Tells him, "You can send all guests to hell, but do this very quickly and carefully." After this, Streamer tells his devil, "You become like Businessman, and after that we can leave from here." His devil, becoming like Businessman, starts running in front of all those goons, and they, leaving their respective guests, run behind him and inform each other, "We have found him, he is in lobby." And Streamer sends those 4 goons to hell at once, but he can do all these things only at a lonely place. The goon with Vikram also receives message that he is in lobby, and they can find Businessman. And now they don't need guests, so leave guests there and come here. That goon starts leaving from there, and Vikram asks him, "Got Businessman?" And he says, "Yes, he is in lobby." And hearing this, Vikram thinks, why would he be there? Why would he leave his bunker and come out and take so much risk that someone kills him or sends him to hell? And just then, Businessman comes in front of him. Businessman always disliked people who were above him, and his demon asks him, "Do you have any plan to finish him? And what was the need for you to come out from there? This is too much risk. Along with you, I can be killed too." And he tells him, "Don't you want Vikram to go from here?" And he says, "How will you deal with him?" Then he shows him his key and says, "I will judge him how competent he is and how incompetent. With help of your powers, I can see future, and with help of his demon, he can also see little bit of future. And in matter of seeing future, he is less capable than me, so he will be incompetent, and I will send him to hell." After that, we are shown how Businessman's life started. When he was a small child, there was no one in his family except his grandmother. His grandmother loved him very much, took care of him, cooked food for him, and asks him, "What will you become when you grow up?" And he happily says, "When I grow up, I will earn a lot of money with which I will pay off all Papa's debt, will buy a very big house, my own dog too, and I will eat bananas every day." Hearing this, his grandmother is very happy that he wants to achieve so much, and tells him, "Success is a good thing, but apart from money and fame, many things are important in life. They are not most important things." His grandmother tells him, "Whenever I am with you, that time is priceless. No money can buy that thing. Even if you become a very big person, still you cannot buy everything in world." His grandmother was very smart and says, "Always remember this thing. Like your father, in desire of money, don't lose your soul." And he still couldn't forget that thing, and all these things were printed in his mind. One day, when his grandmother went to doctor, she finds out she has cancer, and for its treatment they need a lot of money. He tries his best to take care of his grandmother, but he had no control over this thing. He didn't even have money to get her treated, and slowly, with sorrow and pain, his grandmother left this world. And after cremation, he had only his grandmother's ashes left, for which also he had to pay money, but he had no money. That person tells him, "If you don't give money, then you cannot take this." He refuses him, and in this tussle, those ashes also fall down, and now he had nothing left. While growing up, he tried not to waste time, develop his skills, and earn money. One day he was going in rain, and he finds a lot of stuff lying in alley. He had no money with which he could buy anything. He picks it up and takes it to his home and tries to grow himself. He wanted to become very famous and successful, and he always disliked incompetency. But still, in his mind, all his grandmother's words were running. He becomes leader of a company, and still he remembers his grandmother's words. One of his junior, holding his legs, was saying sorry, and he was saying, "I will work very well from now on." But he pushes him away and says, "Don't touch me after today. I don't like mediocre people at all, and you even staying around me, I don't like this at all. I never want to go back to that lousy and dirty place where I was born, and I cannot spoil my father's and my family's name. It is better to die than go there again or fail, and you will never come in front of me again." And he didn't like people at all who had high position but could not work at all. They were there only because they praised their boss, flattered him, and he wanted to send such people to hell. One day, when he was going on a path, a demon comes in front of him and says, "Would you really like to send these humans to hell?" And of course, he had accepted that offer. Now we are shown Vikram standing, and Businessman is coming from behind him. As soon as Vikram sees him, he is surprised. Just now he was in lobby, But why did he come here? And he says, "How dare you belittle me? You thought I am weaker than you? I am incompetent than you? And this was your biggest mistake." Stands in front of him and takes out his key, and now you will rot in my hell for whole life. Businessman had come there because he had full confidence that as long as there's chaos here, he can deal with Vikram, and after this he will send all other people also to his hell. And he was fully sure that whatever Vikram's hell is, it is not universal. It cannot be applied everywhere, because when they were at Streamer's house, he didn't use his hell. He didn't use it even when I went to meet them in hospital. Moreover, even today, when all those goons came here, still he didn't use his hell key. Moreover, he never even took his key out, which means his hell is not universal, and he cannot use this on me. And attacking a creator like me without thinking is an incompetent decision, due to which I can send him to my hell. And Businessman pronounces his verdict, that you are very incompetent, that's why you will go to my hell. And he takes out his key. But he gets a surprise that his key hadn't activated. Businessman gets worried about this. Why is key not activating? I had predicted future quickly and nicely, so he is incompetent than me, and I am more competent. But hearing this, Vikram says, if a human hasn't committed crime yet, then will you call him criminal? And you can always change future by changing just one thing. That's why you didn't predict future. In future, all those conditions got completed by which you could send me to hell. But right now, not even one condition out of them has been fulfilled. Businessman thinks for a while, and then says, yes, he is saying right. But Businessman thinks, if my key is not activating, no problem, I will kill you just like that. But just then, to his surprise, Vikram takes out his key, which was glowing, because they both had formed an alliance, and in which that businessman had betrayed Vikram first, and tried to kill him, due to which Vikram's key got activated. And seeing this, Businessman gets confused. His hell was not universal, so how is it activating? And I had changed everything seeing future, but he had made the biggest mistake that seeing future he had betrayed Vikram, due to which his key got activated, and now he was shouting not to go to hell. But Vikram shows no mercy on him and sends him to his hell. Vikram had outsmarted that businessman, and he thinks his decision not to send Detective to hell has come very handy today. But still, there was a very big trouble left. There were very rich and famous people there. There were many goons there, and meanwhile there was Streamer and Detective, whose hells have activated, and if they want, they can send everyone to their hell. But a very big trouble will arise from that. Vikram goes in front of CCTV cameras and thinks, what will he do now? Because if police came there, then who knows what will happen, and whom they will put in wanted list. Now what will happen next to know next episode? Finally, Vikram defeated Businessman, and now his demon has also disappeared with him. Bamar extends his hand
and says, you have become very confident, and in reply to this, Vikram says, never think that I was overconfident. When we came here, I was very scared. Vikram shakes hand with him and says, still many creators are left, and 2 more. And this whole stress has messed up my mind. After going from here, for a few days, I will just sit on my PC and play games and do nothing. If any normal human was here, he wouldn't have been able to handle so much stress. And hearing this, Bamar also realizes that Vikram is not any normal human. Neither was he normal when he met him, nor is he normal today that he is doing such amazing things. And Vikram says, if any normal human was here, he would have run away from here and hidden somewhere by now. Vikram brings himself to senses and says, right now is not time to cry, because still there are many guests here who are rich and famous. And apart from this, there are many goons too who have not gone to Streamer's hell. And all these are perfect conditions to activate Detective and Streamer's hell, but they cannot do anything like that. And keeping all these things in mind, Vikram decides he will take all matters in his hand, and he will definitely do something to clean them. Standing in front of CCTV camera, he calls police and makes such voice as if he is very scared and nervous, and tells police, many goons have come here and they have kept all guests hostage. And police operator tells Vikram, you don't have to panic, and just tell us what address is that and where we have to come. We will definitely rescue you. Vikram, continuing same acting, told them address. Now, whatever creators were there were spread in whole mansion, and if they come in front of each other, they will start
start killing each other, and police whom Vikram had called have come there. They had surrounded Mansion from all sides, because Vikram had realized something will definitely have to be done about the goons who are here. Otherwise, either they will kill someone or they will pick them up and take somewhere else, which both situations were not good for both of them. And goons didn't know police is coming there, and due to this surprise factor, they come there and catch them all. Police was with weapons and handcuffs them all, and starts taking them out one by one. And among all these, there was a demon too, who was of that wheelchair girl. Now that demon was trapped in that body, and due to handcuffs, wasn't able to get out from there, and this had never happened with him before. And he realizes to run from here, he will have to switch body, and for such work, perfect body will be of that policeman who was catching him and taking him, and switches his body with policeman, and after that thinks, what happened here due to which I couldn't complete my mission? And after all, what is police doing here? They shouldn't have been here at all. And I will have to find that Majnun who had talked to Wheelchair Girl and executed this whole plan. He unhooks machine gun and throws on ground and runs after this so that he can find his creator. And Vikram was watching all these things from CCTV camera, and seeing this, Vikram understands that this is Summer the other demon. And after this, he messages Rhea that this girl's demon is running, coming to her, get out from there. And along with this, tells also that businessman has gone to hell now. And hearing this, she says, if he has gone to hell, then I have no work here. She says bye-bye to Wheelchair Girl. If we meet again ever, we'll definitely talk. After that, she runs from there because she had no time at all, and after few seconds, her demon comes there. She says thank you to her demon. You came here so quickly, and she was very curious. Who is this bomber? He defeated businessman so quickly, and despite so many men being there, not even one goon saw him. And that girl says whoever this bomber is, he is very dangerous. After that, her demon says, now we have nothing to do here, so let's go from here. And while leaving, she was thinking, because whoever is bomber, I had underestimated him a lot. Now I will have to gather every information about him so that I can find out who he is, what he does, how he works, how powerful he is, who all are in his team. And on the other side, Vikram decides whatever CCTV footage is there, he will have to dispose of it so that no one can know that we have such powers that we can send anyone to hell. He breaks all hard disks and computers and shows as if fire broke out there, and then extinguishes that fire with fire extinguisher, so the scene looks like fire broke out in them, and then someone extinguished fire. Now he had only that work left. Again, go in crowd and mix among them. Bomber asks Vikram, do we have anything else to do or not? On the other side, we are shown Streamer had also come in middle of whole crowd, because he wasn't able to contact businessman, and as long as police is here, he cannot send anyone to hell. So for now, it was good for him that he mixes with everyone and goes out. And outside Mansion, a policeman offers car to Streamer. You go sit there and that police car will drop you home today. Must have been very difficult for you. This was good for him. He quickly says yes, and goes in police car and sits on back seat. As soon as he sits in car, policeman was looking at him from rear view mirror, asks him address. He tells him address without looking.
Here is my house. And that policeman says, don't worry, I will drop you safely at your home. That Streamer looks ahead and he finds out this is same detective about whom businessman had told him, and he was in businessman's team, and he is also a hell creator. He thinks businessman is not responding, and I don't know where he is. Until then, all these decided they will dispose of me. And he notices car was going in opposite direction. Why are we going out of city? My house is in another direction. Moreover, he notices car was not going very fast. He thinks on corner he will open door and jump out, and as soon as he tries, that door was locked. And seeing this, policeman says it is police car. All doors are locked in this. It is not cab, so sit quietly. When nothing was working, Streamer threatens him. I will open Hellgate right here, right now. And detective says, why don't you try once? And all these threats that I will open Hellgate won't work on me. Moreover, you are not in this position right now that you can threaten me. That detective was absolutely sure if Streamer is taken out of his house, he cannot use his powers. And after this, detective shows him his key and says, you have sent so many people to hell. Your heart has become black, and either you will sit quietly now, or you will have to
to go to Underworld, and you can go there and shout whole life, I can do this, I can do that. So sit quietly and start answering questions. Detective reaches near a hotel where Vikram was already waiting for him, and he says, I gave double money to cab driver, due to which he has brought me here with very speed, and I remembered I did overspeeding. You're not feeling bad, right? You won't issue my challan, right? Detective doesn't answer this and says, I have brought some gift for you. He opens door, and just then Streamer coming out lies on ground and starts saying, forgive me and don't kill me. Please don't kill. Sorry, but I had chosen wrong side to survive. Whatever you say, I will do everything. Just don't kill me, and don't send me to hell either. And seeing Vikram there, Streamer gets worried, because as Businessman had told him that Vikram is Detective's sidekick, but whatever he saw, it seemed something else to him. It seemed to him Detective is Vikram's sidekick, and he obeys everything he says. Vikram has outsmarted all players, and now he finds out why he wasn't able to contact Businessman. If any goon had killed him, his dead body would have been found there, but this was all Vikram's work. Vikram asks Streamer, now what should I do with you? And he replies in return, I have an offer for you. If you leave me, I will do anything for you. And hearing this, Vikram says, before this, you have to prove yourself, whether you can do anything or not. And in his mind, he was thinking, his hell is very useful. It is a best hell for defense, and not using it will be a very big stupidity. It was like an automatic defense mechanism. If anyone comes in his territory, he will definitely be killed. Moreover, he has one more ability which is very amazing, which is his devil Jinky Johnny, who can take anyone's face and clone himself. And Vikram knew using this he can deceive anyone. Vikram knew in the end he will dispose of Streamer, but for now decides to use him. Till some time ago who was eager to kill him, now he has become his slave. And from a building near that mansion, another devil was watching all this, and he feels police has come here, so everything must have ended. And near him another human was sitting, whose name was Jane, who is another hell creator. He asks that girl, who do you think won? And she tells him Businessman has lost. And hearing this, that demon gets surprised. He was very strong opponent. How did he lose? And in return, she replies, if Businessman had won, police would never have come here, because he would never want whatever happened in his mansion anyone knows about it. And police coming here raises many questions, which could be a very big trouble for him, and could send him to jail too. So this means only one thing, that before going to jail, he has gone to hell. If he wanted to hide evidence, he would call a private company, not police. Hearing this, that devil says, so it means all those goons won. And Jane says she is not sure about this thing. If those goons had won, then long before police came, they would have left from there. Here is some third person also who has won, and other two have lost. Hearing this, her demon gets very happy and says, so it means our next target is that third person. After all, we target strong ones only. And now Jane had exactly this intention. Now Vikram was on her target list. On the other side, we are shown Architect has come to his home, and that Architect was just lying in his blanket at his home, seeing which his devil says, if we keep lying here like this, we will never win. And he shouts and says, don't bother me. Whoever comes starts giving me orders. First, that businessman was giving me orders. After that, those goons were giving. And look at my condition. So many of my fingers have broken. I don't even look like a living human. And I won't do anything. I will just stay at home.
Home, lie here, order food, and we'll eat just that. And after this, he says, I signed contract only because I wanted to send those people to hell. I absolutely didn't know that I will have to play this game too, and I never said yes for this thing. And hearing this, his devil says, man, why did I choose this loser? My mind was messed up when I met him. And just then his doorbell rings, and he thinks food he ordered has come there. He removes sheet from over him and says, leave order right there. After that, very carefully goes towards door. He was feeling food is outside, and he opens door, but a small kid was standing there with whom was another demon. After that, what must have happened, you guess in comments. And on the other side, in news, again and again a report was running. Owner of such a big company is missing. And after Businessman going from this world and whole incident at Villa, this deadly game had become a little slow. Detective in his police station was doing his normal work and solving police cases. Vikram at his home used to play games with Streamer and have fun. Rhea, as always, was paying attention to herself, and she wasn't doing much.
That kid who was 10 years old and like normal kids was attending his school. Wheelchair Girl gets very well involved in works of her gang members and looks after all things herself. Jane was also resting and doesn't do much. And after Businessman went, situation there has become very normal and no one is afraid of each other. No one has danger that another creator will come and kill him. Till now, many creators have gone to hell and are out of this game, but now, after so many days, they have started understanding what are rules of this game and how to play it. And due to this, whole game has become very boring for Lucifer, and he sees this whole scene and thinks, why is no one doing anything? Struggle for survival has stopped completely. And with this, Varga, assistant, a middle-rank demon, asks him, did you expect this? Because in multiplayer game it happens often that alliances form, and this happens so that weak players can balance power. And Lucifer tells him, deadly game I participated in 700 years ago wasn't like this at all. At that time, we didn't even get chance to breathe, and every time a tension remained that now some other creator will come and kill that person. Every moment they used to think only this, how to send other creator to hell and how to save oneself. And after listening to all this, his assistant advises him, if that is the case, then we can spice up these things a little and can change rules a little bit. Lucifer likes this idea. His assistant advises him, person who has made this whole game so slow, why don't we call him here for talk? After that, his assistant shows him Vikram and says, this is center part of Alliance. Now this whole game is revolving around him. Vikram was still jogging, and he had come running very far. Bomber goes behind him everywhere, which for him also was becoming difficult, and he tells him, what is need for you to run so much? And hearing this, Vikram tells him, when we are face to face with Creator, at that time it is life and death situation, and having more stamina there will never be bad thing. And anyway, I don't know how I will meet different creators in future, what will be their powers, what powers their demons will have, so till then if I train, then that will be very good thing for me. After seeing all this, Bomber says, I did good choosing you, and I haven't made any mistake liking you. After this, Vikram asks, people I sent to hell, has anyone tried to run or escape from there? Hearing which Bomber says, obviously, whoever goes to that hell always tries to escape, and many people have tried to run from there, but you and I know it is impossible to get out of that hell. There is only one way for there, which goes inside. Vikram, with a lot of hard work, made such hell from which no one can escape. Bomber says, right now no one is trying to kill you, so you don't need to worry. Whoever you sent to hell will keep rotting there and shouting, screaming, bearing pain. And asks him one more question and says, how long will you keep playing friend, friend? We have come in middle of game and now deadly game is on very serious mode. If you don't get rid of them now, then in end, doing this will become very difficult. You will get attached to them. Your feelings will come in between and maybe you won't be able to send them to hell, or maybe your team members decide themselves that they will send you to their hell first. Maybe Rhea says, nothing personal, just I will have to send you to hell. Or maybe Detective takes out his key and sends you to hell one day. Vikram keeps hand on his shoulder and says, you don't need to worry. I told you, you will become king of hell. You don't need to worry. Hearing this, he says, I know and I trust you, but just I wanted to confirm lest you were getting carried away by useless human feelings. Just then, Lucifer's assistant comes there, and he says, I think you are the one, Bomber's favorite, Vikram. Vikram says hello to him, and with this, looks
towards Bamar. Who is this? And what is he doing here? And how does he know my name? With this, his assistant says, humans' names confuse me. Bamar asks him, what are you doing here? Vikram asks him, do you know him? Bamar answers him, he is Lucifer's assistant. And hearing this, he gets scared. What is Lucifer's assistant doing here? After this, Bamar reads the message which Lucifer had sent for him and tells Vikram, Lucifer is very curious, and he can change rules any time. And hearing this, Vikram gets worried he can change rules and asks his assistant only, does Lucifer really want to change rules? His assistant says, I have come here to take you to Lucifer, so why don't you come and talk to him only? And just then they reach hell in front of Lucifer. Lucifer, seeing both of them, says, I am very happy that you both came here, speaking as if they had any option. Lucifer says hello to Bamar and welcomes him. With this says, I am very happy that Vikram also came here. And Vikram understands understands nothing good is going to come out of this meeting, and Vikram hadn't prepared himself for this thing. He had set out to clash with humans, not with the king of hell. After this, Lucifer says, I knew this boy is talented, but so talented that out of remaining 7 creators, he took 4 in his own team. Moreover, most powerful and dangerous creators of this game, he took them out already. Hearing this, Bamar says, thank you for your praise. We are just enjoying that game which you made so nicely. Hearing this, Lucifer gets angry and says, was this praise? You and your human are coming between my fun. You have spoiled all my fun. I thought there will be bloodshed here. People will kill each other. There will be tension. No one will get time to breathe. But here, alliance upon alliance is being formed. Are you school kids? And seeing Lucifer in so much anger, Vikram feels, brother, gone today. Today is last day. Bamar also felt, my future, I was thinking later I will become king of hell. Looks like life ends today. Lucy comes near both of them, due to which Vikram's legs start shaking, and Bamar also doesn't have courage to lift his head up, and he tells Vikram, if I want, I can replace you at once, but that won't be fair to you. You people are playing this game little too carefully. This is not against rules, but I am not having fun in this, and you annoyed me, for which you will get punishment. And that punishment is this, that in next 1 week from your team, either Rhea or Detective, you will have to send to hell. And hearing this, Vikram goes in shock. He knew sometime or the other he will have to do this, but right now he wasn't ready to do all this. One of the 2 strongest members of his team he will have to send to his hell, and after shock his first emotion was anger, and Vikram shouts on Lucifer and says, why? Why should I do this? I didn't break any rules, so why am I getting this punishment? And Bamar calls him from below and says, keep your tongue in control. He is king of hell, not any student of your school. No one is meaner than him here. Vikram changes his tone, but he doesn't change topic, and he tells Lucifer again, I didn't break any rules, so why should I do all this? This is your personal thing which you want. And it seemed like small kid complaining to his parents, and Lucifer says, this whole thing is also my stubbornness, and this whole game is also my stubbornness. So either you will have to do one, or I will replace you. And remember, you have 1 week time, and no one asked what you have to do, what not to do. You will have to send one of those 2 to hell, and my mind is filled with all these useless talks. And after that, Lucifer sends both of them right there from where he teleported them earlier. And after reaching Earth again, Vikram sees his hand, and there some numbers were written. And those were not just numbers, it was the timer of 1 week. Now he has to decide whom, out of Rhea and Detective, will he send to hell. Will he be able to complete this task? Or Lucifer will change him? Or in this whole series, something else interesting is going to happen. To know next episode, like and subscribe. Bamar and Vikram reach Earth, and as soon as he reaches there, a timer has started on Vikram's hand, which was of 1 week. Now he will have to send one of his 2 partners to hell. He knew sometime or the other he will have to do this, but he didn't know that we'll have to do so soon, and he wasn't ready for this thing. Vikram goes to Detective's home where he was living for some time. Vikram sits on the sofa and starts thinking, this is not fair at all, and after that turns towards his demon and says, I have a question for you. Who do you think is more useful out of those 2? And he clarifies, I'm talking about demons, and I have to ask you some questions about Lucifer too. And hearing this, Bamar gets scared, that why do you want to know about Lucifer? And after that, Vikram says, how did Lucifer become king of hell, and can you take his place? Bamar starts his story, that 700 years ago, such a game happened in which many higher demons participated, and in that, Lucifer talked to a human whose name was Dante. Lucifer told him all details which I told you, and gave him permission to make such hell from which no one can escape. And Dante
made such hell from which no one can escape. It was a masterpiece. No one had seen such hell. And that whole hell got filled with so many people, due to which Lucifer got power, and he reached throne very quickly. Vikram interrupts him and says what happened to Dante, and tells him in reward of this thing he was given eternal life, and now he is immortal. Vikram says it means he is still alive. Hearing this, his demon says it is difficult to happen, but this is the only possibility. And just then Vikram says, what if I send Dante to my hell? Then what will happen to Lucifer? In a very big church of city, a priest is telling everyone, you have to believe in God and His knowledge. Whoever doesn't believe on these things will go to hell. And name of this priest is Dante, who is creator of Lucifer's hell, the hell of unbelievers.
Dante, who signed contract with Lucifer. If you send him to hell, then Lucifer will also disappear. And just then Bammer says, this is just a speculation, I'm just guessing, I don't know for sure at all. And Lucifer is king of hell, messing with him is no easy thing. And it will be better you choose one out of those two, and then you can win game. And for now, best strategy will be you choose one out of those two, and we move forward in game. Vikram had kept his head down, and then he lifts up and says, no, you are not understanding at all what is going on here. What will you do if Lucifer changed rules again? These rules were made due to a reason, so that game continues. And Vikram didn't like this at all, that Lucifer is ordering him and asking him to break rules and change rules. No one can stop Lucifer to change rules again, and as far as I feel, he will do this again in future, so that he can throw me here, there again, and then my winning chances will be absolutely zero. And hearing this, Lucifer says, oh yes, why didn't my brain work before? Lucifer is really very cunning. Running a game, he put all higher demons in this game to remove them from his path so that no one becomes more powerful and takes his throne. And after all this, now Bammer was also angry, because now using more than one trick, he can stop his human from winning, due to which his life will also be in danger. Bammer asks him, so what do you want to do now? Gather all other demons, make a group, and remove Lucifer from path? And he says, why not? If we do this, then our survival rate will be 100%. Whoever is with us, they all will survive, and no one will need to die. After this, they both shake hands, and Vikram says, we cannot attack him blind. We first have to gather a lot of information about him, and then make a plan. And I want to know one more thing from you. Is Lucifer really invincible? Can really no one kill him, or is he really very powerful? And Bammer says, he is really powerful. He is king of hell. Vikram says, I didn't mean from hell. I meant how powerful is he on earth? Can Lucifer kill me in a pinch on earth too? Or mean can break my hands, legs? And hearing this, Bammer starts thinking, how powerful will he be here? He says, we demons mostly don't interfere in human world, and that's why demons use possession, sweet speech, or contract on earth to interact with humans. And because of this, Lucifer had called both of us to hell. He didn't come here. After this, Vikram asks Bammer, once you told me and threatened me, I can finish your soul. And hearing this, Bammer says, I was just lying. I had to motivate you so that you participate in this game nicely. And hearing this, Vikram gets very disappointed and says, what else can I expect from a devil? After this, Bammer says, why don't we change these topics? And Vikram asks him, my second question is, Lucifer can see us, but can he hear us? Bammer releases a smoke from his mouth, with which he sees a creature above, through which Lucifer keeps an eye on them. And he tells Lower Demon, Sadist's job is this, Lucifer can see them, but cannot hear, and if he could hear us, then we wouldn't be talking till now. Vikram analyzes all these things and says he can see us, and if we pretend that we are dancing on his tunes, then we can pull this thing off, but we don't have any direct way to kill him. And he feels now he can turn the game. Just now, he has to convince all other creators. Vikram tells Detective and Rhea, today there will be a meeting at our house. They both come there on exact time and bring lot of things to eat along and ask him, have you finally kept party of victory we achieved over Businessman? And just then, Streamer comes there and takes that food from hands of both of them, seeing which Rhea gets surprised. Where did you find him, and why are you keeping him at your home? And she gets angry on him. Have you made alliance with him? That too without telling us? Vikram tells her, I will tell you everything, but first you calm down and listen to me. Vikram knew best way to convince them all is tell them exactly as it is. He tells both of them, save your questions for later. If you keep asking questions in between, then I won't be able to complete my story. Rhea was just about to ask first question, but just then Detective covers her mouth and says, let him speak first.
And Vikram knew that the best way to convince them would be to reveal all his cards first. He tells them all what his real hell is, hell of betrayal, and how he sent the businessman to his hell, how then he recruited the streamer into this alliance, and how Lucifer gave him time to kill one of the two. And hearing this, no one was saying anything. Everyone was in such shock that they were taking too much time to process all that information. And Vikram says that this is all I wanted to tell you, and now you can ask me questions. And the first one to speak was Ria. She gets up and punches him because she was very angry. Does this mean that everything you told me before today was a lie, and invasion hell is not yours but his? You are the real culprit, right? The streamer raises his hands to protect himself lest she punches him and says yes. Vikram repeats again that my hell is not invasion hell, but hell of betrayal. Ria punches him and says, idiot, you have created a hell for yourself, you traitor. And the streamer tells the detective that won't you go and stop her? Vikram's girlfriend will bury him in the ground. The detective says no matter how smart they are, after all they are just kids. He holds Ria's hand and says stop behaving like a kid, and killing him will not do us any good. We have to stay calm and use our brains. And Ria says, why doesn't this matter to you? After all, he betrayed you too. You can also kill him. We kept risking our lives and bringing information for him, and he kept using us. The detective tells her that he is the one who risked his life to save you from that psychopath. If he wanted, he could have left you there. One opponent would have been less for him, whatever his plan was, but he saved your life, and even now he is going against Lucifer to save us, and instead of this, he could have sent both of us to hell any time by betraying us, but still he is going against Lucifer. I don't know what his plan is, and after this, the detective asks him, what do you want to do? He says, I don't want to send you to my hell. You don't deserve to die. You don't deserve to go to my hell. You deserve to live a good life. And hearing these words of his, both of their hearts melt, and he tells them all that Lucifer has a weakness, which is his hell creator, Dante. If we send him to hell, then we can defeat Lucifer. Vikram offers that if we play together, we can defeat Lucifer, and just then the streamer says, I am also in this game, right? They all calm down and sit at one place, then ask him what is the plan, and he tells that we cannot attack him without a plan. But before that, I want to tell you two things. First, we are still in a deadly game where any other creator can come and send us to their hell. No matter how good our plan is, even if we find Dante, the danger will remain that other creators might come and attack us. Always remember this thing. And with this, the second thing is that Lucifer will always be watching us, so we still have to act like we are playing our parts and playing this deadly game. Ria again interrupts him, repeating all these things. How will we kill him amidst so many things? Vikram tells them that there is a way we can kill two birds with one stone. One of us will find Dante, and the rest together will prepare to send all other hell creators to hell. Ria says, okay, but Lucifer will keep watching us, so how will we do surveillance and how will we find Dante? Then he tells her that as far as I talked to Lucifer, I found out that he likes to see a spectacle. Two people fighting each other, and fighting till their last breath. He likes to see that fight, that fear and everything, while catching all other hell creators. If we put on a very good show and present a very good fight, then maybe Lucifer will take his attention off you and bring it on us, so you can easily find Dante. With this, we will remove the unnecessary risk of all other hell creators from the whole equation. Kill them. Plus, we will also get you time so that you can find Dante, and Lucifer won't even keep an eye on you. He puts his hand on Ria's shoulder and says, you are the main character in this. You have to find Dante, and this is the most important thing. He tells the streamer, you are also in this game, and you will do what you always do best, become the scapegoat. You will act as bait, and we will bring any human running to you so that you activate invasion hell. Vikram asks the detective, how did you like this plan? The detective says, theoretically it is a good plan, but practically we will know only after doing it. The streamer says, whatever you tell me, I will do if it is in my power. Ria also says, you saved my life once, so I am trusting you for the second time, and I will do whatever you say. They made the plan, but just then the demons of those three also arrive there and say, what are you all doing? You don't need our opinion. Have you gone mad? How can you go against Lucifer? You cannot defeat him. One of the demons says that a lot is at stake, our lives are at stake, and then Streamer's demon says, thank you for saying this. I thought only everyone else's mind had gone bad. Just then Bama comes out and pushing Vikram aside says, we are archdemons. We don't understand human logic very well, so I will explain to you in a language that you understand.
He says that there is no logic in the world, no language in which you can explain how going against Lucifer will be beneficial for us. Bahamar explains to the rest of the demons that what Lucifer doesn't care about, he neither cares for rules. Whenever he wants, he changes rules, nor does he care about us. And this whole game is not made to choose a new hell. It is made for all of us higher demons to fight against each other, so that we fight each other and kill each other. And anyway, among all of us, only one can survive. Jinky Johnny says, what if the streamer wins? Just then, Vikram takes out his key, seeing which he gets scared. That key wasn't even active. Seeing which, Baalmar says that your human will absolutely not win. And for the first time in life, we have this chance that we can come out of Lucifer's shadow and become something ourselves, defeat him, remove him from there. And after all, we are higher demons. We are not street dogs to just be against each other like this and kill. And anyway, Lucifer has been in power for a long time. Now it is his turn to go. I myself served him for 500 years, and what did I get for that? That I should fight against you all? Maybe I will win, but maybe I will lose. You all also served him for so many hundreds of years, and what did you get? After all, even after being demons, we are weaker than humans. Despite being humans, they have more rights than us. Those 3 humans and 3 demons look at each other in absolute silence. Then the detective's demon says that this is happening for the first time in the history of hell, that demons are going against the king, and says one more thing, that Baalmar, and where does he get money from? Because his father left a lot of money for his studies. So he and the streamer go to many hotels, behaving like a couple, so they get double rooms. They book those hotels for 7 days and puts his and the streamer's name for that room. And it was like a trap that if any trouble comes for them in the whole city, they can go to a safe place. And after that, when any human comes after them, the streamer will activate his hell. And this whole plan was to bring the rest of the hell creators here and finish them. And out of the remaining 3 hell creators, one can be found the quickest, which is that girl in the wheelchair, because her gang members are currently in the police lockup. Rhea gives the detective a sketch, which was of that girl's face whom she met in the car. Maybe it will be useful for him. After this, the detective reaches the jail where her gang members were and tries to blackmail them so that they cooperate. And on the other hand, Vikram also tells him that we will have to check the airport's arrival sheet very carefully while finding the other creators. Rhea had mistakenly seen another foreigner who was coming from the airport, so we have to find her too. Rhea tells that 3 days before the streamer incident, at 2 p.m., I saw her, and she draws a sketch and tells that she had a bag like this. If we look at the CCTV footage of that airport, maybe we can find her, which country she came from, which passport she has, and only the detective can find this out. And hearing this, the detective says that I can do all these tasks. After this, he goes to the airport, where he requests for the videos, but that woman tells him that you cannot take any photo or video. And with the help of date and time, he sees and finds that woman whom Rhea talked about. He secretly takes some videos and photos. That woman shouts, but he says, "It was very nice doing business with you. We'll meet again, surely." He comes from there, and with the help of the detective, he had found the last 2 creators as well. Now only 1 creator was left. After this, the plan starts, which was Rhea's part. Vikram had created such an environment for Rhea where she can find Dante. They reach the hotel where the security was amazing. No one can come there without permission. And Rhea asks him, "Where did you get so much money?" And he tells her that I only have money for the last 7 days. There's a security room below which does surveillance 24 hours. Apart from this, no one can come to the penthouse. If one has to come here, a key is needed, which is plastic, and security guards will not give permission to anyone to come here except both of us or our friends. Vikram says before saying bye to her that you leave all the other things. No creator will come to you, and you don't need to worry about anything. You just find Dante. That is your only job. And Rhea says, "Will you and the detective be able to do all this without me?" She was worried about both of them, and she says that I don't want to lose both of you. Vikram hits his chest and says that you don't worry. We will perform so well that Lucifer will even forget what he has to do, and we will finally defeat him. And anyway, do you think I will lose to anyone? And anyway, you know who was the deadliest player in this game? That businessman. I defeated him alone, too. And he tells her again, just focus all your attention on finding Dante for now. We just know that Dante has done unbelievable things. After they leave, Rhea starts her search. Feels a lot of pressure because the more people were believing in him, the more pressure was increasing on him. And in his mind comes that did he make a mistake by doing this? But while leaving, he thinks that now we have taken the first step. Now it is very difficult to go back from here. Just remember that in the starting of the story, Vikram, a boy who was scared to go to his school, he used to stay in his room. He did not come out of his room, and now he is ready to clash with the king of hell, Lucifer. His journey has been amazing, but what will happen next? To know that in the next episode, if you subscribe, then an even longer video will come, and the video will come soon. Lucifer called Vikram to him and tried to threaten him that if you do not kill anyone from your team, then I will kill you or remove you from this game. And Vikram, along with his team, made a plan to kill Lucifer himself, whose first step is also complete. And now Vikram is feeling a lot of pressure because the more people believe in him, the more the pressure on him keeps increasing. But he knew that now is not the time to think about all this because the first step is complete. One night, the girl in the wheelchair stays late in her office, makes a phone call, and asks her demon, "How far have you reached?" Her demon tells her that he has become the police commissioner of the Western District, as you want it. And her demon's powers are amazing. He can possess anyone's body, and for this thing, he has to possess the right person's body and then has to go to another person. By possessing the body of an important person, he went to the police commissioner of the Western District and then by touching him, possessed his body. Just then a noise comes from her office, and her juniors come into the room and ask, "Sir, what happened here?" Now the demon who was in the commissioner's body says that everything here is under control. You don't need to worry. And the girl with the wheelchair knew how to use this power, and she was not using this power now because she was thinking about her life, which will be after this deadly game. She calls the police commissioner of the Western District, and her demon picks up the phone. Her demon's power was amazing, but was also unfair. Because of it, she was getting a lot of advantage, but her powers used to leave a lot of traces behind. If the world got to know that demons exist, then the world will never be the same as before. And at this time, this discussion was going on in the news, that how many high-ranking officials were fainting, and after waking up, they did not remember what they did for how many days and when they did it, and they were talking very strange nonsense. Till now, no one knew that it was the work of a demon. Her demon used to possess people in such an amazing way that no one would suspect that this was the work of a demon. The girl in the wheelchair knew that her gang has been destroyed very badly because more than half of her gang was caught by the police and the rest of the gang members were also in the wanted list. She was feeling that after all this situation, she will not be able to survive this deadly game, and winning is a very distant thing. Her demon tells her that we have to use this position to find all the hell creators. If we go to a higher position than this, then the danger of getting caught increases. After that, the girl in the wheelchair says that this is all the information, and you have to find all the hell creators in this way. Her demon says that I have noted all your points, and now I can start finding them all. After this, she says that I have one more request. Don't forget and send me to jail. You all must be surprised to hear this, that why was she asking to send herself to jail? She, with the help of her demon, got a false case filed on herself, which was not on criminal basis, a case of tax fraud, and her demon tells his juniors to take very good care of her, and she is a very dangerous criminal. Keep her away from other criminals and take full care of her. Now, who else can do better security than police? You are in a jail where for 24 hours, 30 days of the month, police is definitely there, and no one will be able to attack her there, because some police, some camera will definitely be there. If any creator comes there, even then they will not be able to open their hell gate. That girl was getting happy thinking this, that whoever he is whose name is Bahaman, Vikram, he will not be able to find her now, no matter how cunning, clever he is. I am here and absolutely safe. Now she just has to wait for her demon to find all the creators and dispose of them. Her demon, who is now in the commissioner's body, calls a meeting and tells everyone that there are many kidnapping and missing cases in our city right now. We have to solve them all, and that too on priority basis. I'm giving you free rein. Use whatever resources you have to use, but solve these cases as quickly as possible. And I will also take part in this investigation. If you find anything, you directly inform me. What will happen to the cases? He says that this is our priority, and we have to solve all cases as quickly as possible. Put all other cases aside. These are my personal orders, and if anything happens in this, I will take the responsibility.
After this meeting, all his juniors were talking while going out. This old man has gone mad. Put all cases aside, don't solve the heinous crimes that have happened, solve missing cases, but they had no option. They will have to follow all this. And on the other hand, her demon was thinking, no matter how much I study human language, but I am still a little behind in understanding it, and was thinking, will all these humans be able to find them all in a week? The girl in the wheelchair was now reading a book comfortably in jail, and now she relaxes a bit. She does not need to think all the time that any hell creator will come there and send her to hell. And on the other hand, her demon uses his powers fully and deploys the entire police department to find them. All the girl in the wheelchair had made a very amazing plan. She had a sword to attack and also a shield to defend. She was in a police station where police are there all the time. She can defend herself. Her demon is in the police commissioner's body. He is controlling all the police, and he can attack other hell creators too. She had made a very perfect plan, but still, no matter how perfect the plan is, there is a 1% margin of error. And if that margin of error becomes very big, then your perfect plan can turn into a perfect trap. And this is the mistake that girl made. She did not think even once that some hell creator can also be a policeman, and the detective goes to another police station regarding work and to meet his friend, where his friend tells him in conversation that the police commissioner has put his entire police force to find missing cases. And the detective thinks that this is a bit strange, and this cannot be just a coincidence, and he sees that one of the criminals who was in jail is a girl. That girl was still reading a book comfortably, and she had absolutely no idea that one person among the police could be such that who is the great mastermind, Bahamon mate. And the detective gets surprised seeing her, because the sketch Ria had made and given is exactly the same to same. He asks his friend, why is this girl here? His friend tells him that she has come inside for some tax evasion or something like that, and the commissioner himself has told him to watch her very carefully and for 24 hours. He again asks him to confirm who gave you these orders, and tells him that the police commissioner of the Western District did. He starts leaving from there, and his friend asks him, why are you interested in this thing? Do you know that girl? And he tells his friend, man, there's a girl on a wheelchair. She's sitting alone in the detention center, so you would also feel right that why is she here? The detective calls Vikram and tells that I have found her, and that too was absolutely a coincidence. She was found by me. Vikram asks him, who are you talking about? And tells him that the leader of that gang, who was hiding from us for a long time, I have found her, and now that girl is in a temporary detention center in the police station. Vikram was very much interested in this thing, and he himself wanted to see that girl, so he goes to that same police station with the detective. The detective's friend asks him, why have you come back here? Did you forget something? And tells him that I had some more work, and tells his friend, come, let's go out for a smoke. And he asks the detective, who is with you? The detective tells him, he's a new trainee who is here with me on training. Acting in front of his friend, he says that you stay right here and keep an eye on that girl. These are the district commissioner's orders to keep an eye on her for 24 hours, and you will not go anywhere from here. Both of them go out from there, and seeing all this, Vikram thinks that everything is running according to plan so far. After that, he goes to that girl and going absolutely close says, what did you think? You're the smartest? You made a very good plan that with the help of your demon you will protect yourself in the police station and with his help get all other hell creators killed. It was a pretty good plan, but you made a very big mistake, and smiles like a devil. His eyes have turned red and asks her a question. Have you eaten properly? And just then that girl remembers whose voice this is. This is the same Bahamon whom she talked to on the phone. And now that girl is absolutely defenseless. Why? Because her demon always protected her. Now her demon is not with her and is very far away from her. She never did anything, just kept sitting behind her demon for obvious reasons. But all this changed when she came to jail, and she also left her last escape route or escape plan. Her brain was processing very fast and thinking where she made a mistake. Did she make a mistake? And in my opinion, she was just unlucky. She could never imagine that a hell creator would be a policeman, and that policeman would be his friend. And there are so many police stations in the city, out of them that detective will come to this police station. This was just a matter of luck, and today her luck is very bad, because Vikram shows her his hell key, which was glowing right now. The girl in the wheelchair knew that this is a game of survival. If you're unlucky any day, then that day you will have to die. And seeing that key, she gets very scared. Seeing which, Vikram smiles. Not a devilish smile, but a boy-like smile, because one trick of his worked. This was not his real key. He had made a fake key on a 3D printer in which there was a small red-colored LED light. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to scare anyone. He didn't know whether this key would work or not, but what goes in trying? And after being in so much fear,
she believes that Vikram's key has been activated. That girl got so scared seeing the key that she runs back and thinks that better than going to hell is that I die right here. She starts biting her tongue, due to which she will die due to blood loss. But just then, at the end moment, Vikram stops her and says that I will not open the hell gate. She stops and says, "What do you mean?" And tears had started coming from her eyes. Vikram tells her, "I haven't come here to kill you, but I have a question. Can your demon really possess others' bodies?" And hearing this, she's not surprised, because in the businessman's party he had changed many bodies, which he must have definitely noticed. That girl asks him, "What do you mean by that? What do you have to do?" Vikram puts his key forward and says, "Give me the answer to my questions. How many times have you used the ability? How many times can you use it? What are its drawbacks and what are the conditions to use it?" That girl gets scared just by this and says, "I will tell you." After that, one by one, she starts telling all conditions, in which the first condition is that it is necessary to touch the body you want to possess. At one time, he can possess only one body, and to possess another body, he will have to wait for 24 hours. The more times he uses it, the weaker the possession or control will keep getting, and there is no limit to use it. You can use it as many times as you want. And hearing this, Vikram thinks that this is the most amazing demonic ability. Using this, he can possess very high-profile people and make them do anything. And with its help, he can also find the remaining 2 creators. And maybe he can find Dante too. And he decides in his mind that now the time has come to include one more person in his team. He sits on the ground and throws the key aside to make it clear to that girl that he has not come to kill her and just wants to talk. Asks her, "How did you get stuck in this game? Why are you not living a normal life?" That girl tells him that I don't want to lose my hell. And Vikram asks, "Is there any important person in your hell who must stay there?" And she tells him that I have imprisoned my father in it, because of him, I was in this wheelchair all my life. I could walk. I was not like this since childhood, but he made me like this, and I don't want him to live with my hell as long as there is time. He stayed there. And hearing this, Vikram says, "What a coincidence. My father is also in my hell, and I also don't want my hell to disappear. I also want to protect it, and now I don't want to kill anyone else." The girl in the wheelchair looks at him. "I thought that you would be a person who doesn't care about anyone. After all, this is the point of the game. Either you will survive or will keep rotting in someone's hell for life." After thinking for some time, Vikram tells her and confesses that without killing each other, we can also end this game, and none of our hells will be destroyed. Those inside it will keep rotting there, and we don't even need to kill each other. After hearing all this, will you be ready to help us? That girl asks, surprised, "Is there really such a game or such things by which we can do this?" Vikram tells her about his whole plan, that he's looking for a person named Dante, and after hearing all these details, she says, "It looks like a plan, but what is the guarantee that we will be successful in this thing? And what if we fail?" Vikram tells her, "If that happens, then we all will be fried in the same cauldron, and the one frying us will be Lucifer." And hearing this, she gets scared and says, "If there is so much risk, then I don't want to take this risk." Just then, Vikram picks up his key and says, "You have another option too. You can go to my hell and keep suffering there for life." And then Vikram changes his expression and says very lovingly that you will have to go to hell. Either support me or go to hell. And if you defeat me, even then Lucifer will fry you in the cauldron. That girl was getting very frustrated because Vikram was blackmailing her, that either she comes to his team or she goes to hell, and she did not like this thing at all. But Vikram was also offering such a thing that could save her life. That girl gives up and says that you won, I'm joining your team. And this time's chess game, Vikram had won like always. And after some time, the detective and his friend come, and they find Vikram right there where they had left him, and the policeman there does not suspect anything. Then they say goodbye, etc., and leave the police station. And after coming out, Vikram tells the detective that as soon as that girl gets to know anything about other hell creators, she will definitely inform us with the help of her demon. Now she will find all other creators very quickly. Vikram thinks that now there are 5 members in his team, and now maybe they will be able to execute this plan. After that, he tells the detective that he has given that girl a phone with incoming only, so that he can give all orders remotely and make her do whatever he wants, and so that Lucifer doesn't suspect them. The detective says, while we are finding all other hell creators, we can also use the police commissioner so that we can find Dante, because to find him, we need a lot of information, and looking for a big fish so
that we can access detectives too, and only the police commissioner can do this. Vikram was very happy about this project of his, and he says that still we have to do a lot of work, and we don't have any time to waste. After this, that girl with the wheelchair leaves the police and goes back to her office. But this time she was alone. Her demon was not with her. Her demon was still in the commissioner's body, and on Vikram's request, he had taken some orders, one of which was that he had put Jane on the wanted list, and her crime was stated as distribution of narcotics, meaning she used to sell sell drugs, and the law in their country was such, if you sell drugs, you will be punished. But if you have come from a foreign country and send drugs there, then the punishment will be even more. And now this whole news has come on big news channels, due to which now only a few days are left for her to get caught. After this, we are shown a man who is reading all this information. After that, he calls his assistant and tells him that he's a member of the National Assembly who used to be a detective earlier, and tells all his deputies to find her right now, because that person hated drugs severely, and he did not want these things to happen in his country. And a commissioner of another district tells all his detectives that you have to find her. Even if you have to do overtime, you have to go undercover, but find her, because all these orders have come from above, and whoever finds her will get a separate prize. And in that whole hunt, even if we remove policemen, 100 detectives were there who had started finding her. They were checking even cars on the road. They look at her travel history, look at her money trails, where she has spent money. They go to different hotels, check there if she hasn't taken that room in cash. The whole city is in turmoil, and all detectives, all police officers are busy finding her. But now, after all this, there is a very important question. Vikram has taken so many steps, but will Lucifer get to know that he is preparing to do something like this? If Vikram gets a phone call in which he tells him that a foreigner woman is going towards her hotel, and Vikram thinks in his mind that her luck is bad, that she went against us, now her getting caught is certain. And just then, Vikram contacts the demon and sends him a message in which it was written what to do. It was told that this foreign woman has to be caught definitely. After reading this message, he sends a message to all his detectives and sends message to policemen too, and says that this woman is here, catch her and go with full preparation. Maybe she resists arrest. Police already had an arrest warrant for Jane. Now only this was left, that she comes in front of the policeman, or the policemen find her. Policemen reach her hotel, go inside her room with the arrest warrant, and tell her that you are under arrest in the case of distribution and possession of narcotics. And seeing all this, she gets surprised that you must have had some misunderstanding. Which drugs are you talking about? After this, the policeman tells her her rights, that you can remain silent, but if you say anything, it can be used against you in court. In interrogation, you will have the right that a lawyer sits with you. If you cannot pay for a lawyer, then the government will provide you a lawyer. And Jane thinks that an arrest warrant like this cannot come out of thin air. This is the work of some hell creator or the other, and she gets to know that some creator or the other is either in the police or holds a high position, due to which all this has been possible. But she calms herself down, and she is ready to play this game. After that, it was going on in her mind that first of all, I have to solve this trouble, that so many policemen have come here. She calls her demon, and seeing this, policemen think that maybe she is still under the influence of drugs, due to which she is talking like this. She sees her hell key, and she jumps towards it, and meanwhile her demon was also supporting her, that he was tossing things here and there, so that she can take her key and policemen do not chase her. And her demon's power was very amazing. He can move any desperate thing, like the maximum distance to use the key is 8 meters. At a time, you can send 8 people to hell, and you have to recognize that the person in front has committed that sin. Her demon shouts that I am about to do my work, and just when policemen were moving towards Jane, her demon had reduced the maximum length from 8 meters to 2 meters. But the benefit of this was that instead of 8, she could send 16 guys to hell together. Her hell was hell of ignorance. You keep doing the work by ignoring anything, so her hell gets activated. Policemen did not know why they had come here, whether she had committed that crime or not. Why were their superiors forcing them so much to find missing people and to catch her? They were all ignorant and were just following blind orders, due to which her hell got activated. Policemen were talking about arresting her. Just then the hell gate arrives there, and policemen get confused that what is happening, and they get scared, and she says, sorry, but I will have to send you to hell, where you will keep rotting there forever. Hell gate comes there completely, which was completely black. Seeing this, the policemen get scared, tremble, scream that save us, but they could not do anything. It wasn't even their fault, but still, ropes come from inside, which take their new prey inside. And after all this is over, she gets very exhausted and falls on the ground and says that now I have to think what happened, why it happened, and what I have to do next. And her demon, knowing all this, was happy that many more people have gone to his hell. And he tells his partner, you did a very good job. My hell is filling up again. Jane decides that she has to get out of here right now because the policemen have disappeared and more policemen must be coming here. She quickly wears clothes and decides that she has to take the exit from the parking lot. After this, she tells her demon that once we deal with this trouble and find a safe safe place, then I have to find out which creator has left all this trouble behind me. And just then Vikram gets the news that all 14 officers have disappeared, and he gets to know that it was the work of Hellgate, and some Hellmaker sent it, and the policeman had gone to catch Jane. So this is Jane's work. And reading all this, Vikram gets surprised, because he did not know that any human could do this, sending 14 policemen to hell at once. Now he will have to take it very seriously, because she is a very dangerous woman. Vikram watches the CCTV footage of that hotel where Jane and all those policemen were there. The light flashes only once, and all those 14 policemen go to hell. But he thinks, how can she send 14 people to hell together at once? And Vikram remembers that in the detective's real notebook, only 8 people were completely black. Seeing this, the policemen get scared, tremble, scream that save us, but they could not do anything. It wasn't even their fault, but still, ropes come from inside which take their new prey inside. And after all this is over, she gets very exhausted and falls on the ground and says that now I have to think what happened, why it happened, and what I have to do next. And her demon, knowing all this, was happy that many more people have gone to his hell. And he tells his partner, "You did a very good job. My hell is filling up again." Jane decides that she has to get out of here right now because the policemen have disappeared and more policemen must be coming here. She quickly wears clothes and decides that she has to take the exit from the parking lot. After this, she tells her demon that once we deal with this trouble and find a safe place, then I have to find out which creator has left all this trouble behind me. And just then Vikram gets the news that all 14 officers have disappeared, and he gets to know that it was the work of Hellgate, and some Hellmaker sent it, and the policeman had gone to catch Jane. So this is Jane's work. And reading all this, Vikram gets surprised, because he did not know that any human could do this, sending 14 policemen to hell at once. Now he will have to take it very seriously, because she is a very dangerous woman. Vikram watches the CCTV footage of that hotel where Jane and all those policemen were there. The light flashes only once, and all those 14 policemen go to hell. But he thinks, how can she send 14 people to hell together at once? And Vikram remembers that in the detective's real notebook, only 8 people were mentioned. So how did 14 people go? And he thinks that this might be her demon's ability. Just then, Bahar asks him, "What are you thinking of doing now? 14 policemen have disappeared, and this might expose us that demons and hellkeepers and hellgates exist." Vikram says, there is no doubt that this can happen, but this can also be useful for us. Vikram calls the demon and says, "I have a very important message for you." And hearing that, the demon says, "Have you lost your mind?" Vikram wanted to release a press statement, and Vikram says, "I know what I'm doing. You just have to do what I say." The police commissioner can tell everyone that this always happens while dealing with drug cartels. It is not yet known what is the reason for the disappearance of 14 officers, but we are still watching the CCTV footage and trying to find out why this happened. And you can write the headline yourself. The demon tells him, if they check the CCTV footage, they will know that demons and hellmakers exist. And Vikram says, "Yes, I exactly want this. If this matter comes out, first, who will be the first to react? The common man or the hell creators?" The demon says that if such news comes out, then we all will be the first ones to be troubled. The demon says, "So now I understand. You want to use Jane's news to find the other 2 hell creators." Hearing this, Vikram says that now perhaps there is only one hell creator there. One hell creator has perhaps already gone to hell. If he was still alive, Lucifer would not have called him, because it would be a 4 against 4 fight, an equal match. And now he knows that Lucifer had called him, which means only one thing, that it was a fight of 3 against 4. That is why he wanted to see a fair fight, and Vikram will have to eliminate one from his team, due to which there will be 3 members against 3 members, an equal fight, not a beating of children. And now Bahar understands why he let that fat man go in the last meeting. One will find Dante, and the other 3 will find the 2 hell creators. He was not leaving that architect because he was very pitiful, but rather Vikram knew that he had already died or gone to hell. And Bahar thinks that Vikram is not playing Lucifer's game. He has created a separate game of his own. Vikram says that this is the only chance we have by which we can find the last creator, because Jane is just one step away from revealing everyone's secret, and that last creator will definitely come to catch her and send her to his hell, so that she cannot tell everyone that hellmakers exist, because if she is caught, she will have to reveal all this information. And hearing all this, the demon says that now I have understood everything. Now we are just looking for the last creator. After this, the demon holds a press conference in which he tells all the reporters how they are looking for this woman, and due to the drug cartel, 14 officers have disappeared and no one has been caught yet. All the people who were watching this news were thinking that if police officers are disappearing in broad daylight, daylight, then what will happen to us? All getting very worried that they are still roaming free. But among them, one girl's identity has been revealed, which is Jane, and now all the policemen are after her. A small child was sitting on a bench in the park, and he was reading all the news and watching, and he gets very angry that because of this girl, I will also be caught. Our secret will be revealed. Which foolish person walks around killing every policeman who comes in their way? His demon comes there and tells him, wouldn't it be good if we sort all these things out? If the matter escalates further, then it can be trouble for us too. That small child says, yes, we will have to do something. He gets up,
Walks from there and tells his demon that Jane has to be ruined and stay in my hell forever. That child was following those accounts on different social platforms which were giving news of Jane, and he reaches the same place where Jane was seen a few hours ago. It was evening, and now Jane will have to find some house or some hideout so that she can stay somewhere. Until now, everything was going according to the plan which Vikram had made, but still some mistake happens. Just then the detective comes there, who is obviously angry. He comes to Vikram in anger and holds his collar and says, "Have you gone mad?" Vikram gets surprised and says, "First tell me what has happened," and shows him the phone in which the news was playing and tells him that you sent 14 officers to catch Jane and they all went to hell and now everyone knows about us, and moreover they were all my friends. How will their families feel when they get to know that the responsible person in their family who earned and whom they loved is gone, and they will never know where he went, what happened to him? They did nothing wrong, but still they will have to rot in hell all their lives. Vikram says that I did not know that something like this could also happen, that Jane is so dangerous. She would be so foolish that she would send the policeman to hell. I never dared so much. No one else dared so much. She was foolish that she did this, and I just used the policeman so that I could find her and arrest her. If I knew that this would happen, then I would never do this. Vikram gets his collar released, and after that the detective also calms down a bit and says that we have moved very far in this thing, and we should not take risks regarding normal people's lives. From now on, we will make such decisions in which no normal human gets hurt, and we will not use humans like pawns. After this, Vikram puts his hand on his shoulder and says that we will definitely catch Jane, and after that you can take revenge for your friends and get them freedom from that hell. Vikram says that we have made a huge mistake. Now, if we cannot fix this mistake, at least we can take revenge. The detective understands there is no use in taking this conversation further, and he leaves from there in anger. When the detective was leaving from there, Vikram's eyes become completely red like a demon, and he says to himself that I knew this would happen. If we cannot find Jane through this, then we will find the last creator. And the detective has become so angry with all these things. Will he take this thing personally and put all his effort into finding Jane? Vikram knew that this would happen, and he has used normal people like pawns. He will not back down from sacrificing anyone. He only cares about himself and his friends who believe in him. Vikram said sorry to the detective, but his other teammates didn't care what was going on here, and Vikram thinks that I cannot do this again and again. If I keep saying sorry to him again and again, then he will keep interfering in my work, in my plans, and he feels that the detective's thinking is very limited. He cares about only a few things, and that is the point. And he thinks to himself that before fighting Dante, this is just a warm-up. Who knows what will happen ahead? After this, they start a game. Hunt Jane. It is announced in the news once again that Jane is still running, and that girl knew that someday he will definitely find Jane. That girl feels that for now she can stay in this hotel, and perhaps the landlady here is so good that she might not hand her over to the police, and perhaps might not have noticed her. But she sits in the room and thinks that for now it is enough, but I will have to hide somewhere and will have to think something, because surviving is necessary right now. She can think about winning this game later. But the police still searches the whole area and narrows it down. They get a report from somewhere that perhaps she could be here, and all this information reaches Vikram. Vikram decides that finally we have found her. After getting the location, he calls Ria and tells her that I need you and you will have to come to a location. But she asks, wasn't my job to find Dante? He says that for now, I need you here. If we become successful in today's task, then only one job will remain, and that is only to find Dante. Just today, we can destroy all the other hell creators. He sends a location and says, you will have to come here.
Ria leaves in a taxi around that area, and roaming there, she tries to find those two creators. She makes sketches, and she gets to know that the last creator is a child, and there is no age limit in this game. She sends another sketch, which was of Jane's room, and she sends both these pictures to Vikram via phone. Vikram had received all the information, and he decides that now it is time to hunt. They go out and make a plan. A criminal goes to an apartment in that same building and sprinkles petrol everywhere and sets fire to it, due to which the fire starts spreading there. That criminal leaves from there, and while coming out, he meets the detective and says that I have done as you said, and I hope I never meet you again. After this, the detective goes to the reception and tells that there is a fire here, and this building is made of plastic, so the fire will spread very quickly here. The receptionist there sees that on the second floor there really is a fire. After this, the detective asks, "Are there sprinklers in the rooms by which the fire can be stopped?" and tells her,
"That I have already called the fire department, so you leave from here and I will handle all this. I am a police officer." While leaving, that woman says that a girl had booked a room on the second floor. Do we have to evacuate her too? The detective says that you will have to go from here. I will handle all this. And after she leaves, he breaks the hard disks of all CCTV cameras, hitting them hard with his foot, breaks everything so that no one finds any evidence. Jane was in her room and she gets a smell of something burning. She tells her demon, "Look what has happened." He goes out and sees that there is a fire here and we have to leave from here right now. He comes inside, tells her everything, and Jane immediately gets to know this is the work of some hell creator, and tells her demon, "Go and check on the first floor what is going on there." Her demon goes to the first floor and sees that the detective and his demon were standing there. He comes back and tells Jane everything, and she thinks that first I should send them all to my hell, then I will be safe. She tells her demon to increase the radius from 8 meters to 10 meters, and she says that the key to the hell of ignorance is shining. She goes down and points the key towards the detective and tries to unlock it, but the hell gates do not open there, and the detective was absolutely calm. There was not even a little tension on his face. The detective stands up and says that this is my demon's ability, vigilance. If you do any unlawful work, then my hell opens, and just to save yourself, you send 14 innocent officers to hell, which they did not deserve. That girl thinks that I cannot go closer than 8 meters to him. She tries to go back, sees there is fire there, and she realizes that the fire was not just to chase others away, it was to trap her there. The detective takes out his key and activates it, and says that you will get the punishment for what you have done, and the punishment says that you will have to go to hell. He opens his hell gate, and Jane goes inside that hell, and while going out from there, the detective says, "My work is done, now just that streamer's work is left." And in between this entire incident, the streamer was still in a room's closet. Now Jane is out of this race, and now only getting rid of the child is left. They extinguish the fire and leave from there. Lucifer was watching all this, and he gets very angry that I told him to break this team and send one of his members to hell, but they are doing something completely opposite. They are preparing to send all the other hell creators to hell together, using their full power. Lucifer thinks for once that maybe after removing everyone else, then they will fight among themselves. What Vikram wanted to do was a mystery even for Lucifer, but his patience was running out, and he decides that he will go to meet Dante and will tell him that he has an offer for Dante. Then he thinks again, "No, I will tell him that I need your help." And hearing this, Dante says, "To know, watch the next episode. You did 4,000 likes a bit too quickly. I did not expect that you would do it so quickly, and I would have to bring the video so quickly. But if you do 4,000 likes again, I will bring the next part a bit longer." Hearing this, Dante says that I had told you earlier, "Do not bother me," and now we are not like before. When I met you, you used to be a small demon, but now you are the king of hell. Lucifer says I can say this thing about you too, but you have only grown from the inside. And I remember that person who had gone mad and was ready to sell even his soul to the devil, and now you have become a sensible man. Dante believed that to trust the people around you, you need faith, you need religion, and that is why he created his hell. The hell of unbelievers will go, and this was the only way to save sinners from going to hell, that they believe in God, do good deeds, and now they discuss that they have become very powerful, and now meeting like this will not be right. But Lucifer says that I have one more request for you. Can you please do it? Dante asks what happened, and he tells him everything about Vikram.
On the other hand, Vikram had made a plan on how to send that small child to hell, and surprisingly, this plan was quite simple. Jinky Johnny takes the form of Jane and goes to a hotel where the streamer was already hiding in a cupboard in a room. Jinky Johnny goes into the lift, and the child also comes there behind him. Jinky Johnny does not pay attention to him so that he does not have any suspicion. That child thinks that it would be right to go to his room and send him to hell because there will be no CCTV camera there. Both of them do not pay attention to each other so that the other does not suspect. Jane goes into her room, and just then that child comes there, holding his key in front, saying, "Finally, I have found you. You put me in great trouble. Because of you, our secret was about to be revealed." And Johnny, who was in the form of Jane, says that you must have had some misunderstanding. There is nothing personal here. The streamer, who is in the cupboard, activates his key. But what about the demonic ability? What is the power of his demon? Can it stop him? Now it doesn't matter, because the Hellgate had arrived there and takes that child inside. That child screams that I don't want to go inside, but he cannot do anything, and along with his demon, he also starts disappearing from there. And she asks Jinky Johnny that after all,
"Whose plan was this? Who pulled the strings? Tell me." And he says, laughing, "Vikram, and he will defeat Lucifer too." And just then she disappears from there. After this, the streamer calls Vikram and tells him that the child has gone to hell. Vikram tells him that now only 5 of us are left. The streamer asks him, "I was very useful, so now you won't send me to hell, right?" Vikram says, "Of course, your trap is the most amazing, and now you are a part of our team, and you are not going anywhere." The detective and Rhea also clap for him and praise him that you did a very good job, hearing which the streamer blushes a lot and is also happy. For the first time, he feels that he is also a real part of the team. But that child's demon was doing something amazing. Her ability was that she can put any human to sleep in a dream, and he will see only that dream which he wants to see, and it will be exactly like reality. But this ability can be used on only one person at a time, and right now she is using it on the streamer. Whatever we have seen till now, that child went to hell, his demon went away from there, Vikram praised him, the detective and Rhea also praised him. That was all a dream. That child is still alive, and now the streamer is in danger, and coming out of this dream is impassable until the one on whom this has worked realizes himself what is the illusion and what is reality. Till then, he cannot come out of the dream. Jinky Johnny tries to wake him up, but he was not waking up. He repeatedly says, "Wake up quickly, brother. It is not time to sleep." But he was unable to realize what is reality and what is a dream. Just then, the child takes out a rope from his bag. Devil's child, that now we can tie him and tie him up. After some time, he wakes up and sees that I had killed him. And now where am I? Who has tied me? That child sits on a bench in front of him and says that finally you woke up. And he gets very happy seeing all this, that the streamer was very scared. Jinky Johnny was very sad, and he was thinking, how can you sleep for so long? Hey, that child asks him, "Answer my question truthfully. Who is in your team? How many members are there? What are their powers? And what is their full plan? Tell me." And to make this thing convincing, he holds his activated key in front of him and says, "Either you will answer or go to hell. Decide quickly." On the other hand, Vikram is looking at his phone, and he gets to know that the streamer has not been in contact for a long time. This means only 2 things. Either he is dead or he has been caught. And Vikram was prepared for this thing. He knew that catching this child is not so easy, and now he starts plan B. But on the other hand, the streamer was still thinking in his mind that he had sent this child. What is happening? And he was also sad about this thing, and starts crying that now Vikram will remove him from his team and send him to hell because he has made such a big mistake, and now he was not understanding what he should do. Should he give him all the information or not? If he gives it, even then this child will kill him anyway. And with all these thoughts, he was suffocating. He was unable to breathe. That child sees that he has got very scared, and his eyes become exactly like a devil, and says that your face is exactly like my mother, and I did not like her at all. That child's mother was a single mother, and she used to work in a fast food restaurant. She always used to keep smiling, and it was her belief that we should always keep smiling in life so that our life goes well. She used to have a lot of problems. She got less money, had to work more, but still she kept smiling, and due to smiling, everyone used to come to her happily, and there was no shortage of customers there. But from a very young age, that child used to feel that it is a very pathetic and loser-like smile, and wanted to remove that smile from his mother's face. After going home, his mother says that while I I was working, you behaved very nicely, so you deserve an ice cream. That child goes from there and thinks to himself that my mother should have some pride, some self-respect. He did not like his mother at all, and at night used to watch crime documentary series in which there were many disgusting, bloody things which a child should not watch. He liked watching those maniac serial killer web shows, movies. He liked those scared expressions, and he can see anything on the face, just not a smile. He hated smiles. He felt that there is more sincerity in that scared face, more self-respect, rather than on that laughing, false smiling face. He helps his mother and says that in return, I need a bird. His mother very happily gets him a bird. The next day, he shows his mother that he has killed that bird. She, still smiling, says lovingly that it is not a toy, you should not do this. But still, when the next day his mother comes home from work, their pet was dead there, and that child had killed it. His mother explains to him again, but he does not understand. The next day, he pokes the eye of a boy in his school and says, look what I did. He wanted that smile to be removed from his mother's face, and one day he brings a severed finger in front of his mother, and finally his mother breaks down and falls down to her knees and starts crying, and just then that child smiles like a devil. Now his mother was not as happy as she used to be, and now she did not smile that much either, and now that child had realized that his mother had started fearing him, and after a few more incidents, his mother gets very scared of him, and the boy finally decides that there should be such a place where everyone has such a scared, disgusting face, just no smile, and just then that demon comes to him with an offer, and obviously he accepts it. That child tells the streamer that you were scared of me, and that is why you are unable to speak, but you will have to answer me because our time is running out. Either quickly give me the answer, who is in your team, what are their powers, or else you and your demon will go to hell and keep rotting there like my mother. Just then a voice comes from the door. Open the door. We know that Jane is inside. That child knew that Jane is not inside, so he does not need to fear. But just then the streamer uses his brain and tells his Jinky Johnny that police is about to come inside. Quickly take Jane's form. He removes his mask, and by the time the door opens, he had become Jane. And seeing this, the child thinks that this can be a very big trouble for me. The police finds Jane, that child, and the tied streamer there. Just then Vikram calls that demon who is in the commissioner's body and tells him that all three were found there, and that demon tells him that the child wanted to know about all of you by questioning the streamer, but he did not tell anything. And Vikram thinks that the streamer's power is amazing, and his trap is very amazing, but he also has some limitations, and it is good that all this ended like this. And we had decided that we will use Jane like a trap, and she was very useful to us. Jane was a wanted woman, so wherever she went, the police followed her there. The police bring all three of them out, and along with Jane, take that child also into custody, thinking that perhaps he might also be involved in this. Just then, the detective goes to that child with a smile and asks him, how are you? Are you okay? And on the other side, we are shown that the streamer has been released from there, and he runs and hugs Vikram. He starts crying and says that thank you. You came here to save me. Vikram praises him that you did not give information about all of us, even though you did not even know that the detective is coming there. The streamer says that it was a hopeless situation. I did not know what to do. If I gave your information and escaped from there, even then you would send me to hell. Vikram says that I did not know earlier whether I can trust you or not, but now you have proved yourself, and now you are a part of this team. That streamer asks, will you let me live now? Will you include me in your team? And Vikram says that yes, you have already joined the team. Now the streamer says that if we remove that child, then now only 5 hellmakers are left. And just then Vikram's eyes become like a devil and says, what do you think that wheelchair girl will remain alive? 2 hours after all this happens at the West Police Station, the commissioner is informed that someone has come here to meet him, and it was Vikram. He goes to him, and the demon asks him, how did this whole operation go? And tells him that now only 5 creators are left. After this, the demon asks him, why are we meeting here today? Usually we communicate by phone. And Vikram tells him that coming here, I wanted to give you an order myself to possess the body of a high-ranking official who is in national security. The devil says, I will do anything. And just then, Vikram asks him if Bomber becomes the king of hell, and he does not destroy your hell and lets you live, then in that case, can you kill this wheelchair girl? And before that, he asks him, what is that wheelchair girl to you? And tells him that she had made hell for me, so she is my partner. Vikram says, I do not want to kill her. I just want you to destroy her brain. And hearing this, he gets surprised. What are you saying? The devil says, how can I do this? And he tells him that you can do all this by possessing a another body, and he asks, but why do it? And Vikram tells him that I only need you and your powers. The wheelchair girl is just another variable in between all these things, and Lucifer can come to her and influence her and turn her against me, and in such a case our defeat will be certain. And anyway, there is a lot of blood on that girl's hands. She has committed many murders, done very wrong deeds. The police is looking for her, and after doing so many bad deeds, she has no right to tell any human that they have committed a sin and send them to hell. And he says, I repeat my question once again. What do you want with that wheelchair girl? Die and get destroyed, or rule over your hell? And I want the answer right now. Otherwise, you and your human both are going to hell. And as far as finding Dante is concerned, I will find some other way. The wheelchair girl was sitting in her office and was worried about this thing that Bomber can betray her. And just then, at her office door, her demon comes. Seeing whom, she says, what happened? Is all the work done there? And why have you changed this body? And you have come at absolutely the right time. I have to gather my gang again and start work again. But her demon goes to her and grabs her by the neck and lifts her up. The wheelchair girl understands whose work this is, and the demon tells her that I had a lot of fun working with you. You were just a human, but thank you. After that, the girl asks him, why are you doing this? And he says, crying, that that boy is a real demon. He is a real devil. Vikram's eyes had become exactly like a devil, and he receives a message that the work is done, and that girl has been shifted to a regional hospital and has been declared brain dead, and now he is thinking of infiltrating the National Intelligence Security Commission. After all, where did he take the wrong step? He was a person who used to pee in his own room, didn't even go out, played video games there, scared to go to his school, but now he is running after his goals like this, as if
someone has possessed him. Now he doesn't care if a demon comes in front of him, a human comes, a businessman comes, the king of hell comes in front of him, or the National Commission is in front of him. He is running madly after his goals. He has created a world of his own, in which now he only cared about one thing, saving himself and his friends. For that, even if he has to kill Lucifer, kill Dante, or kill a girl in a wheelchair, it doesn't matter. And now he thinks that he has removed all the variables. Almost all hell creators have gone from here. Now just that one child is left, where the detective interrogates him, asks him questions, and it was going on in his mind. Just like Vikram had said, I will have to lock him in jail. That child was not understanding what he should do. He cannot send this detective to hell, because there are cameras here, and he is sitting here in the police station. The entire suspicion will go on him if he does this. Then he will also be killed, like a dog, just like happened with Jane. And he thinks if he sends this policeman to hell, even then the police sitting outside will not let him go. And if he goes out, he can be attacked any time. This was a checkmate situation, and he was not understanding what he should do. Just then, the detective's colleague comes there and tells him, you can take a break for a while. Tells that child that there are CCTV cameras here. Don't do anything stupid. And he goes out. Just then, his demon comes there. Both of them think that they will have to do something. But just then, the empty chair in that room starts shining, and some strange signs start appearing there. And just then, Lucifer himself comes there. His demon immediately falls on her knees and welcomes Lucifer. Lucifer says that the situation here is not right. That is why I have come here myself. Lucifer says, this child is very young. Still, you have chosen him for this game. So it means he must have a lot of talent. And the demon tells him that he always wanted to make his own hell and then wanted to show it to everyone. Lucifer tells that child to continue because he had grabbed his attention. After that, Lucifer says that there are some disgusting low-grade demons who along with their humans have rebelled against me, and I want to punish all of them. If you want to work with me, then I will forgive you and leave you alive. That child happily says, I will do anything if you get me out of here, and if you say, I will make their life a hell on this earth itself. After that, Lucifer tells that I did not need all these humans or all these demons. If I had to make another hell, then I could have shaken hands with Dante or talked to some other human myself and got it made by him, because Dante is ideal for making hell. Hardly anyone can make a hell like him. And just then we are shown a flashback in which Lucifer tells Dante that you will have to make another hell for me. Dante has got eternal life, not because he got this boon, but because he wants nothing. And today's humans, after so much technology, cannot be sent to the hell of faith because they commit many more crimes or sins. So according to today's technology, he will have to make a new and different hell. Lucifer says, I am not doing this for myself. This is for those humans whom you can save. And after this, they both shake hands. And in this way, he can make a new hell and can also get rid of Vikram. But there is a question in my mind. If he destroys all hells, then it means that child's hell will also be destroyed. And Lucifer admits that he had made this game to reduce all the other archdemons, and he was thinking for a long time what rules to make. In this, the demons there are very important
important for running hell. In all these demons, there are 3 categories. One is the lowest demons who do all the work, maintain hell so that no cracks come in it. No one can escape from there. Then come the middle demons who are above them, and at the very top are the higher demons who were Baha.
All other demons who had participated in this game, and to motivate all of them, ranks were made in this. The more you work, the better work you do, you will be promoted higher. Demons followed everything he said, spread all his orders in the whole world. This was a perfect arrangement. But still, even in a perfect arrangement, some or the other flaws can come out. But the population of lower and middle demons was increasing, due to which the higher demons were gaining popularity day by day, and were also gaining power. Lucifer felt that if this continues, then the day is not far when all these will rebel and my throne will go away from me. And all those higher demons were confidently coming closer to his throne, and Lucifer felt that now they have to be shown their place, shown where they belong, and only I am the king of hell. But Lucifer could not kill them. If he killed them, then the lower and middle demons would get to know that promotion is of no use. In the end, you will be killed anyway, so they will stop working. And who will maintain hell? That is why he created this game, due to which their ambition of becoming the king here will force them to kill each other, and they themselves will fight amongst each other and die. That child's demon asks Lucifer, "Why are you telling us all this now?" And he says that I need your help. And yes, you will get the name according to that itself. That child says, "You have given us so much information. It means the deal with you will be a fair deal. So if we help you, then will you let us go and not destroy our hell?" But at the start of this series, I had said one thing. Wherever the devil is, things are never right. That child says that I have understood your motives. You had made a battle royale in which everyone had to fight, and the one who remains in the end will win. But one creator has made it survival. Now he has formed a team of his own, due to which you are having a problem. And hearing all this, Lucifer says that you are very smart, and now I know why he chose you. And after that, clears that yes, there is such a creator who instead of fighting with others is making a team by befriending them and is preparing to kill me. Only this creator has made his own rules in this game, due to which the balance of the game is getting spoiled. He has formed a team of his own, which is why Lucifer needs this child. That child thinks that there is a police officer in their team, police commissioner is also in their team, so many devils who have powers, and there are many other creators. How will I, a lonely small child, fight them? And just then, Lucifer says, smiling, that you will not be alone. With you will be the first hell creator who had made my hell, the king of the underworld, Dante. Lucifer once again says to Dante, will you not want to make one more such hell, where whoever does not believe in God keeps burning there, rotting? Will you not want that people believe in God again? After this, both of them shake hands, and Dante says, I have one condition, that all the other hells, whatever exist, they should all be destroyed. Just then, Vikram gets information that the child has disappeared from there, and Vikram gets to know whose work this is, and just then calls that wheelchair girl's demon, and says that you will have to enter national security as soon as possible, and I need information that who all had applied for a visa for this country, and who among them has been selected and come here right now. After this, he calls Rhea, and says that you will have to go to the airport and take the streamer along with you. His hell will be very useful there. You have to book a cab, and that will become his area. Whatever comes inside it, he can send it to his hell, and staying there, you can check everyone that who is coming there, and who is a hell creator. Bomber was watching all this, and he gets to know that something or the other has gone wrong, and Vikram tells him that we have reached near the finish line, and now the final battle is about to start. Lucifer, that child, and his demon are standing on a building looking at the city, and they talk that a very big war is about to start, and Lucifer was angry with this fact that Vikram has underestimated him. He understood his bravery, but very soon everything was going to end. The fight between Vikram and his team, Lucifer, Dante, and that small child is about to start. Dante has come to this country, and getting off the plane, he comes to the airport, and finally, Season 1 ends. Season 2 will start soon. Till then, like, share, and subscribe.